是 NIP 的大爷奶油。
今天要在骑士之路的第一场对上FunPlus啊，奶油会怎么看今天跟杰杰在野区的一个碰撞？
我觉得现在的版本前1、2把应该是没有什么野区碰撞了，然后后面一些奇怪的英雄出来之后，应该会有很多野区的那个对抗。
那相比于FunPlus而言，你觉得深圳 NIP 更强力的地方在哪里？
我觉得我们下路的对抗吧，2v2对抗，然后还有中野的一些节奏，应该会比他们好很多。
也期待今天深圳 NIP 的精彩表现。
Well, hello everyone. What a wonderful day to have some LPL action. Gen GT1 just finished, which means that hopefully some more people come over and watch ourselves some LPL playoffs as well, eh? Let's watch Doombeat versus his old team of FPX. There's a tale to be told there. Welcome in everyone, and let's get ready for our first playoff series of Split 3 2025. Hey Derek, how's it going? Welcome to everyone else as well. Cool, thank you for the resub there, Blade, as well. I have no idea. No. Is that actually a gift sub, or is that just you resubscribing there? Because it comes across as you doing that. Anyway, thank you either way. Of course, Mecha, ever the patron as well. Make sure that, yeah, Olivia's live as well. Cool. All right, we're ready, folks. We are ready. So we have FPX versus NIP today. I need to check whether, you know, Rafa said that he wanted to come on stream and give a hot take. Alrighty. So we've got a couple of seconds till we go into the actual game itself. For once, I'm actually fairly ready before we even hit the go live button. I know, it's incredible. It's witchcraft, I tell you. Hey, Monsters. Hey, Blade. Hey, Katari. Anyone else in there yet? Not quite just yet. So the first month would have shown as a gift sub, but after that I have to hit the share button. Okay, cool. Oh, right, that makes sense. Right, that makes sense, because you got hit by the gift sub again. That makes sense, cool. But yeah, honestly, the Gen GT1 series was such a gift to watch just now. If you haven't gone and watched that, I would suggest that was very, very cool. As my OBS just froze a little bit there. That's not always a good sign. Huh. Encoding overloaded. Ooh. That is something. Alrighty.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟斗魂觉醒系列现已上市。上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，助你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫斯利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段。今天的比赛将在苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆进行，让我们有请上方战队登场。
An LNG's arena in Suzhou. So they're not actually here. Their venue we'll see is nicely situated for some great matchups. FPX, I think, coming in here as underdogs versus NIP. FPX Phoenix onto stage with their own theme song, of course. Of course, FPX changed junglers yet again. JJ, their jungler now, coming in from Invictus Gaming. Doinby. They do call him Doinby on as those. Okay, good to know. Good to know. We've heard Doinby, we've heard Doinby, we've heard different pronunciations. Who do I have taking this one? I have NIP. I think NIP have looked solid. I think that, yes, they can throw a game here or there. Best of 5 though, the first of split 3 this year. There's a nice boots there, Mr. Host. I think NIP take this. I think that JJ coming in for FPX. Oh, that's some cool music. Get a trap beat over this. Jesus. Trap drums in there. Let's go. Okay, well, folks, let's settle in for our first playoff series of the split. I'm very much looking forward to this one. Very, very much looking forward to this one. Did I turn my alert box off? I don't know if I did. Maybe I did. One second, folks. Hi, it's the Saturday. Where's my brain cell? Oh, did you schedule in for the brain cell today? Ah, you know. Sometimes it's like that. In terms of matchups, I'm excited to see between these two teams. I think support. I think Joy versus Nyket is very important, and I think both of them are two of the most exciting rookie supports that we've had coming through for a little while. Had a couple of them, of course, in that. Of course, folks, for those of you who don't know, the way that this system will work is the teams that were bottom 4 in Group Ascend and the teams that were top 4 in Nirvana will now play a best of 5 single elimination between them. Well, no, not even saying what to say. Best of 5 qualification match with the highest seed versus lowest, highest group team of Group Ascend versus the lowest team of Group Nirvana of the ones that are qualified for a spot in playoffs. It's worth noting as well that when it gets to all of the teams that have qualified, the teams which were top 4 in Ascend, so the best teams currently within the LPL, will then choose their opponents afterwards. So Top Esports will choose the first of the 4 teams to face, and then there will be Invictus Gaming who would choose the second, BLG choose the third, and Anyone's Legend the 4th, based on their seeding as well. So that's what that's the situation here. Get ourselves into our first drafts of technically play-ins, but we're going to call it first of playoffs. NIP and FPX, this will be the first cross-group play we'll see between Ascend and Nirvana for a little while. We haven't seen, you know, the relative power levels. Now, personally, I do think that Group Ascend's worst teams are below the best teams from Nirvana. This is where we prove that, though. This is where we prove that. What priority picks have we got up and available? Gwen, Talia, Azir, I suppose, versus Care. He does like playing that. All of the games until the second stage of playoffs looks one-sided. I think that NIP FPX is NIP favored, but not crazy. I think that WE EDG is actually a pretty good match as well. I think Wave Ultra Prime, that's pretty one-sided. LGD, JDG, weirdly, I think that could be an upset. So in terms of qualification matches, I think that's okay. And then of course, when we get into the first round of playoffs, yeah, that's when we start seeing how different I think that's particularly the top 3 teams, and I'd actually put Anyone's Legend over BLG for that, versus the rest of the field are. Varus first picked. We still have Gwen, we still have Rumble. I think NIP need to take Rumble. You can't afford to give Rumble and Varus over to the same team. Having the Varus ult pin someone into the Rumble is just not really it's not something you can choose to give over. It's too strong, really. So you do take that Rumble, and they lock in Nia's Vi as well. That's interesting. They want to lock down target for the Rumble. You can go towards the Shinzao right now as JJ. Oh, Wukong. Wukong's okay as well. I think if you go Gwen, also very good into the Vi. The Vi can't click ult on you if you have W. So you have the Gwen, you have the Varus. You know, strong individual champions, but you do need some extra help healing for them. That was the next point I was going to make. So the Gallia really makes a lot of difference with that. The Sivir locks in for Leave, and Leave has been a shining star on NIP. A shining star. I think this guy has been the best AD carry in Group Nirvana. It's him, and of course, you look at someone like 1xN, but he was sadly on such a poor team. It's quite hard to really judge him effectively, sadly. Second round, NIP banning away one of the best junglers against a mobile carry like that, sir. Hey, Hero, how's it going? Hey, Peanut as well. Anyone else I missed in there? Jordan, let's see. What does FPX need to ban away from NIP? Some aggressive follow-up champions, so the Talia. Yes, I wonder whether they ban away... Hey, thanks for the follow, I appreciate you. I wonder if they ban away the Ahri, even though Derby's not the biggest player of it. Could ban away Ryze. Could ban away Ryze. Ryze is pretty good into both these champions and side lanes. And it is a Derby special. It's not the best with their comp. Hey, Hex, you could see. Just wonder what do they need? NIP, they have that aggressive combo of the Vi Rumble, but you do want someone supporting Vi on the dive. In some way, shape, or form. The Alistair's banned away from Nycat, actually. This could be a fourth pick of the Rel for Nycat, and then a full team comp counter pick for Derby. I mean, you already see the mid lane matchup, but I think Rel is fine into pretty much every matchup now. Yeah, you could go something like the Braum, but I don't think that threatens the Sivir. And the Rel can just play defensively, the Sivir can just wave clear for forever. Go Nautilus, I suppose. That'll be very different. Oh, we did talk about that Shinzao earlier. You need a little bit more aggressive potential from FPX. You need something that can deliver you onto the Sivir, because if you don't, I wonder if the Sivir just cuts you down. Azir is up. Yeah, Azir has been very high prio in the LPL, but not picked here today. That's a worth call out. We don't... Well, I mean, Derby's not exactly the Azir player, but we could have Bring Your Daughter to Work Day with Azir and Sivir. Dwayne, if you go Varus, Nico, that is disgusting. Disgusting. Engage potential. Well, poke potential in lane. It's a little less good engage than something than the Rakan if they want to block in that. I think the Rakan's better at actual front foot engage. It's better at delivering the Galio in. You can charm then knock up into the Galio, which is disgustingly strong. Now, Derby, what are they going towards? The Rise is what I would expect. It's a Derby special, very rarely let through in earlier parts of the year, though it has been more so in this split. And there we go, Derby's Rise locked in for the first game of playoffs. I think NIP come in as favourites here. I think that they've looked more coordinated. I think Leave has been exceptional. I think that solo kill actually been quite good too, you know? Nio and Nycat, they've comboed up well. They're a duo which were playing together in the LDL on top esports challenges. They've made their way back together now to reform that duo up here in the LPL, and I think it's been better for the both of them. I think they've both looked good through them. On the other side, FPX, they have now changed the jungle role 6 times between different players, not 6 players, but they started with, what, Sorrow, then Shadow, then IE, Milky Way, IE, then JJ, so that's 6 changes all in all. FPX have made as many jungle changes as BLG have, and we've been memeing on them, so why not criticize FPX for that too? Changing jungle is the most dangerous role to change within Pro League of Legends, because the intricacy of how it works with your team. We'll get ourselves onto the Rift for our first game of playoffs. Onto the Rift we go. See if Sujo feels like giving us some JOs today. Okay, I'm asking YouTube chat, who's got the better game here in game 1? Let's go for 3 games. Damn, don't wanna see the full best of 5, huh? Who has the better draft? Ah, well, isn't that a question for the ages? Always something that we question here. Neither team has a tank. That means that Pokevarus is more effective. It means that eventually Sivir just kills your whole team with a couple of ricochets, and the Equalizer is very effective too. I don't think there is a significant draft difference on either side. NIP have better aggressive combos, but FPX do have the Gwen W and the Galio ult to protect themselves. I think this is going to be a game decided on gameplay rather than inherent draft difference, and there are obviously games where draft obviously is the difference maker. Trading. Of course, not really easy against the Sivir at level 1. She just obliterates the wave if you give her just 1 second to chunk through those autos. Has missed all 3 of the first minions there. Leave, my dude. You do not want to be missing that early farm. Hey, it's good to see you. $81% FPX? Damn. Surprised at that. Easy push in for the Sivir at the early levels. This is one of the reasons why Sivir has been fine even into the likes of the Varus too, is that Sivir, just by ricocheting the wave, gets wave push. Very few things in the game stop Sivir from being able to hit the wave very early. You need a good kill threat onto her, actually. As before, I'm actually not sure what you're referring to there, but so is Gwen, Rumble, Vi, Ryze, Rel, Shin, Rakan. Actually not sure what you're referring to there. Okay, so what's happening with the early jungle path? Got a bit of a desync actually on them. Naya going from top to bot, JJ going from bot to top. Just Sivir makes bot lanes quite low interaction. There's always one of the criticisms with Sivir before is that she just spell shields everything. Right there goes to level 2 spell shield, blocks out Jway. The bounce back though, nice there from Jatchi and Jway. Get a good trade, get the heal out of Nymaera. Jway using that exhaust, of course, in that trade too. Nio heading bot side. He's over the wall. 8 seconds left on it. Not spotted here just yet. This might be it. This probably is a flash blown. Can Nymaera get himself a flash knockback? There we go. Easy onto him. Cleanses early. Does he need to flash away for something? He does. Good escape, actually. Good summoner usage by Jatchi. It's going to be 3 summoners down, though, for the FPX bot lane. Nymaera doesn't mind blowing his flash. The immobile Varus certainly does. Nya's going to be slightly slower on his recall after his first clear than JJ. This can be somewhat impactful. Not all the time, but it can be. Both junglers going to recall for a longsword, ruby crystal, and then the control ward, as is customary for our AD junglers right now. That was a good flash there by Jatchi. Not many ways out of that gank. I was wondering whether Nymaera might even flash Q actually to make it a really short range dodge. Give him the chance there though. And this is a concept we've talked about before, playing around the bounce back. Because actually, hang on a second, there's going to be Taunus in the mid lane. Cat, not going to be able to get that passive slam though. That's where you get your trading power as the Galio. Your abilities, yes, but really that passive smash. But yeah, the bounce back. Level 1 to 3, or level 1 and 2 rather, we saw Leave and Nymaera able to push in for the first 3 waves of the game. But then actually after that, we saw that Jatchi and Jway managed to hold the wave at tower, get the early level 3, and then take a level 3 to a level 2 trade. We were talking about that in solo lanes, particularly with Rumble, actually, who often doesn't get the level 1 to 3 shove, but then at level 4 does with the Flame Spit a second point, and you can take a very heavy trade and good wave control on that level 4. Same happens in bot lane sometimes at level 3 to level 2. We see that quite a lot, actually. Genji T1 was pretty boring. I'm not sure about that, Pina. I'm not sure. I really enjoyed that series. I watched it just before I came Game life here. Also, I find it quite funny how Gumyushi finally gets his Nymaera, and he completely sprints the series, sadly for him. Okay, it wasn't always his fault. No. He didn't sprint it. No, that's not fair. I take that back. However, Ruler and Duro were much better bot lane that series, though. It was a very one-sided series, but still very entertaining. Nio and Nycat teaming up on this dragon hit. Again, very hard to really punish the Sivir who's alone before you get to level 6. The difference in this matchup between the Sivir and the Varus, where the power actually comes through from the Varus, is really at the level 6 mark. Because what you try to do is force leave to the Sivir in this case, to spell shield something which isn't your Varus ultimate, and you use that to kill. It's nasty as hell. Nasty as hell. Sorry if my voice is a little off today, folks. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I think Sam might have passed something on to me, not sure yet. Red buff invade. NIP know that this is happening. Realm Warp coming in. That'll definitely make things interesting. There is a Galio wall if things go crazy here. No level 6 for Jet. Crash down coming through from Nycat. Does get a double knock-up and then the double stun as well. Equalizer's not bad, but all it's going to do is force a bit of HP down, and then, of course, a flash from Jet. Not bad from NIP, but also not the most explosive fight ever. Red buff secured. FPX don't get what they're coming for. They come out a little worse from the trade, but it's a minor loss if that. Oh, boom. I'm not very good at phonetically telling us what certain traders. I think I'm a bit of engaging mid lane. A little bit. Controlling those waves. Grub spawning soon, which is why mid lane push tends to be quite important for that stuff. That being said, you know, if we are playing around that mid lane push, there's no needlework, no equalizer for this first fight. The Realm Warp not being down, less important. You know, Ryze still has fighting power without the actual activation of his ult. Some damage on Square though. And Doomby's Rise, of course, legendary. Legendary. I am staying hydrated. I've got a full flask full of water here. I'm gonna try my best. First, Grub gonna be taken by Nio. Might be a smite fight for the second. We shall see. There is a level 6 for JJ. Good burst. And of course, protection as well. It's gonna be 1 to 2. Actually, instead of FPX, Janio not able to get that second one before the enemy team turns up to smite fights. Full glass of Pilk? Sadly not the Pilk. No, sadly not. Those of you that weren't around for that period of time in our stream earlier this year, Pilk is Pepsi milk. Make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. If IG wins Worlds, what would be my reaction? I mean, I'd be ecstatic for the LPL to win a Worlds for the first time in forever. Ult coming through from Ship, but that's an awesome counter gank coming in from Dwave. The Galio coming up as well, and Nio may well have been caught out here a little. Jet doesn't have flash, use the ult to pop into the wall, and that'll be enough CC. Great counter gank from FPX, saw that coming a mile off. Dwave, Jet, Care, all coming into the rescue of Ship. I wonder if LPL wins Worlds, will we get an official English broadcast back? I don't think so. I don't think anyone wants to pay that much money anymore. Because I think that currently official broadcasts are in danger everywhere because of the dangers of co-streaming, really. The negative impact of it. Which is a real shame. It's a real shame. That means that my job is, I'm in danger. And when I say in danger, it means that perhaps they just get scaled back, right? Not get cancelled in the same way that LPL was, but yeah. Have you or Sam tried Pilk yet? I tried Ribena milk one time, and that was bad. That was bad. Scuttle gonna get taken by Nio here. FPX, great response in that first play of the game. Now NIP, they've normally been pretty good at playing through the early game, on the whole. Really, when things start getting tough, you have to look at someone like Solo Kill or Leave to start carrying through. It's not necessarily been Durnby kind of being super carry. He's been more of a facilitator. And on something like the Rise and a global pick, it makes a lot of sense for him. Now, NIP, a team which has evolved quite a lot over this year, of course, bringing in Durnby at the start of it as a player that's saying, well, you know, Fearless has given me a job back. What teams would you like to see play at Worlds? A specific matchup? I mean, IGT1 would be insane, right? That would be insane. I want to see peak IG, though. I don't want to see IG where they're slumping. Because this has, you know... Hang on a second. Solo kill. Getting engaged onto on top side. Lays down the red carpet to help a little bit. Jeje getting great damage with the Crescent Guard, and I don't think the phase rush will be enough. Jeje. A second kill participation in topside as Sheer picks up the kill this time. 1-0-1 between the two of them. And Jeje, interestingly, going towards the Titanic Hydra first. Has that Tiamat in inventory. It's going to be one plate down in that topside as NIP losing a couple of big plays there. Not quickly enough scouting out this play. They're using the roll up now, spotting out some vision. Not able to get themselves the easy kill there. DMB trying to see if there was a kind of like a lazy recall. Not able to catch anything there. And FPX, well, we were saying, hey, probably the underdogs here actually versus NIP. Doesn't look like it for the first early game of this game. You know, NIP, they've been the ones which have been read a little easier. Who else would I like to see fight off at Worlds? Well, it's IG versus most people, really, because IG have not been to Worlds in such a long time. Rookie, Shy, such icons of the game, of course. But IG versus any Korean team is one which I'd love to see. Titanic Hydra in early there for Jeje. It means you're less team fights sustained, so you don't have the Sundered Sky, but Titanic Hydra does give you very good burst and also gives you the quickest Q knockup you can get. Jachi, does he have to flash? Presumably so, yes, he does. No ult's pulled by NIP. Jachi losing that flash, that's important. Jachi, his later game team fights have been a bit of a worry. That's been one of the worries that we've had for FPX. Dragon now alive. NIP with everything but Equalizer. That's not true. Leave uses ult. That's what was blew that flash in the mid lane, actually. I just didn't see that running at the time. Sheer alone on bot side right now, but, you know, if Care gets into range, we'll have that ultimate. NIP will spot the Dragon being started here. Gwen is still on that flank. Arrow's landing onto Nio. Good poke onto him. Sheer doesn't go for a full engage. That might be a bit far coming in from Sheer. Gwen ult used quite well. The Galio is going to be cancelled, and because of that, then go for the full kill. Trey gets the charm down, gets the knockup, and Jeje going in with a huge ultimate too. The Titanic Hydra, remember that burst coming through. Jashi trying to stave off Leave and Nightcat, and I think FPX will walk away slightly better from this, question mark. Well, they do get the Dragon, so yes, I suppose they do. It's going to be an Infernal Rift for our first Rift of playoffs. Hey, thank you for the 100 share there, Fairytale. Brotax? Wait, what Brotax? For what is the Brotax being given here? Is it still possible for Bro to make well? Someone mentioned it in chat, that's why. Who's the Bro of LPL? Surely Team WE, right? A team that realistically should be bad, but occasionally has good results. So Nightcat managed to stop the Galio ult coming through because he was on a creative flank angle. It does open up the kill onto shit. Was Jeje quick enough to respond to get a return kill? W are actually like decent though? Yeah, they are, but I'm trying to think who actually... I think they're the closest team to it, right? And also in terms of like saying they're actually decent, they also have only won a couple of series to split to. The last series was one which didn't impact standing, so I struggled to put that into the same kind of level of importance. Bro being one of the two teams to beat Genji this year. Yeah, that's just bro things. It's either them or KT, you know? And in terms of the KT of LPL, that's obviously Weibo over history. Though IG have occasionally gone into that point as well. I swear to God, if somehow Weibo make it to Worlds over one of our top 4 teams, I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna flip, I tell you. Herald now started by FPX. Interesting moves around the map. Well, Care has his ult coming up now. He could teleport up if he wants to. Wants to force a wave into bot lane to make sure that someone's losing farm. Doobie doesn't have teleport, has level 11, but NIP will not contest with the rise in the bot side of the map. And of course, more importantly, their jungler too. Smite is not on the top side. Leaver's going to return to these Raptors. Took 1 or 2 of them earlier. We'll get them now. Damn, Vi damage is kind of crazy. Herald into mid lane. Realm Walk used, but not really achieving that much. So it's going to be tower taken. NIP not a great defense there. The start of this game has not really been what they wanted. Their engage has not been quite clean enough. FPX have just passively been winning out through a couple of different matchups. JJ now 1,000 gold ahead. Top lane tower almost falls as well. Feats of strength have been earned by FPX by taking that first thingy. Now, wait, no, they had the objectives anyway, so they did go through that anyway. So they get that triple feats of strength. Yeah. If Weibo make it to Worlds again, I think we just have to admit Xiaohu is the GOAT. How does he just keep getting that? That's a great question. Honestly, great question. NIP will finally get themselves a turret on the other side too. I say finally, it's not been that long on the other side. Being traded 1-for-1 by FPX. And FPX, I mean, credit to them. You know, I thought they were coming in as heavy underdogs here. They've been very calmly playing out macro. NIP have not really given them that much to think about in terms of the, nice Q there, Doomby. Not really giving them that much to be worried about, you know? Hey, Calm, good to see you. Long time no see, by the way. In a perfect world, I'm hoping top esports don't go to Worlds, but of course they basically can't fail in going. I mean, look, the thing is, like, top esports are a good team, and if you're not as, they are. They do fail at some big stages, yes, but the worst thing about top esports is much like the TSM or Team Liquids of the past from NA or something like that. If you're not good enough to beat them, then it sucks, obviously. But you have to be able to beat them. You have to be able to beat these teams. I do wish that, you know, domestic top esports would turn up to an international event for once. Because I do think they're genuinely a very good team in terms of the way that they play around objectives. One of my problems with the LPL is the way that we play objectives in general right now. I think that most of our top teams are quite impatient with them, or they decide to give control over the pit and then try and retake it, which I think is inherently very dangerous against the best Korean teams, which puts us at a disadvantage when it comes to our top tier matchups. Gadget taking track. Wait, a little caught out here, but I don't think it's going to be that much of a risk. No, doesn't want to get dragged under turret denier, so it doesn't pull the ultimate. Not enough follow-up damage. Hey, Rafa, how's it going? I forgot to pop in before the game started. My bad. No worries, Rafa. No worries. Yeah, so Rafa has a hot take regarding All Pro. Which I guess we'll hear that between games then, if Rafa's okay with that. We shall invite our fellow LPL enjoyer into hear whatever they've cooked up. I've chosen not to look in the Discord and see what their take is already. Sheer pushing in towards this top side will easily take that turret. Realm Walk towards the bot side. Is the Realm Walk going to come in time? No! No Reen Prison able to stop the Gallery ultimate. Clean escape there from Cat. And once again, NIP can't make the aggressive play. Not that coordinated here. Just a little bit off. FPX been playing just calm. Just absorbing the play. Doomby will sit around for that bot side turret, but you see FPX happily pushing in mid lane. Galio, if he actually gets to hit tower, is pretty nasty at taking that with passive 2. Sheer hasn't got a Nash to Zeus, but he does make you very strong at taking towers, and FPX, their macro has just been that little bit better. NIP down 1,000 gold. It's not the worst thing ever, I suppose. There's some decent damage coming through from, decent gold coming through from Doomby from Leave. Teleport coming in now in from the Rise, and I don't know if Care makes it out of this one. There is a redemption. Does he have a phase rush to get out? I don't think the phase rush will matter because you have to be able to move to use it. Kill coming in from NIP. Pings about everywhere right now. Sheer caught out very far away from allies on this top side. They don't have a Gwen ult now, though. Vile rather, but they do have Nightcat. Turnaround is massive from FPX. 2 kills immediately. As that Rel who went in got obliterated. FPX end up taking 2 kills back as NIP overstay in the fight. Not really sure whether all the damage came from FPX so quickly there. I suppose it must have been from Varus just bashing him about the head. So what happened here? They don't have the Vial. But it's still going to be, you know, Gwen flying into melee range. Great knockup. Great knockup, and then the Xin Zhao goes wild. Xin Zhao and Varus early damage is kind of absurd, in case you hadn't guessed that from the fights we've had already. And while before we were saying, you know, it's only 1,000 gold lead for NIP. You see it's looking a little bit rough for them right now. I think that if things carry on with just 1,000 gold lead, eventually Leave on the Civic can take over the game. But my worry is that FPX can take a dragon fight before the Sivir is really ready to fight, and things get very awkward from there. God, tell you what, I'm not feeling 100% there today, folks. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, it's some caffeine acquired. Doomby 1,000 gold ahead. Does have both of his stacking items well on their way to completion. The Seraph's already there. Rod of Ages 3 and a bit minutes to go. Atakan started. Well, this is where games go to die. Are we going to see an Atakan int, the classic LPL, or something a little bit more intricate from FPX? Starting this up, how low is it? Under half HP. Nio does have flash, does have an ult to get into the pit if he wants to. There's going to be a smite fight. It often does end up being good CC coming in from Dry, which means that they've delayed the smite fight. And it's going to go to the Varus of all people. Kill on the other side. NIP will get one. Both supports now falling. Nio on the retreat. Relmo trying to disengage as well. Not necessarily needed. Just the 1-for-1. Jeje going for the burst. Can't quite kill Leave. So close with the AoE. Nio will die instead. 1-for-1 though, as Varus ends up dying to Doombe on the other side, so it ends up being a grand total of 2-for-2 in kills, and FPX get themselves the Atakan. The fight continues. FPX going forwards again. The Xin Zhao does so much damage, but Doombe on the other side on the rise is ready to carry, getting through that Gwen. I think he can cut down the Galio if he's left alone with them as well. The taunt coming through, and the Seraph's shield means that Care needs to find a way out of the fight. The Winter War, not bad. One more skill might do it for the Galio, but I don't know if he'll be able to survive through it. And no, he'll be jailed. The Rune Prison being his demise. Doombe's rise let through in Game 1 of playoffs. And perhaps we're wondering why that was the case. FPX, it wasn't even the Atakan which kills them there, it's the fight afterwards. So the initial fight here is not awful. You know, they stop the smite getting in with the CC. Nightcat goes into the backline as well. Both engagers kind of pulling their fight pretty well. Pulling their engage quite early, I suppose. And what happens on the other side here? Jachi gets hit by a bunch of random damage, like a couple of different electro harp. Jachi. Ah, that was poor from Jachi. He gets hit by a million electro harpoons, walks up into death there effectively. Going back into life because there's a dragon starter, but make no mistake, the end of that fight was just messy at the start of it. We are still within 1,000 gold. Dragon going low. We sold point for FPX. Can they clutch this out? Smite comes through. Get themselves the third dragon. Whoa, that's a dead bite. Novi ultimate now. They capture Doombe with some CC. Jeje, that Titanic Hydra is sinking NIP. Doombe and Leave are alive. I just don't think they got the HP to work with now. I say that. Sheer, he's been outspaced, and Sheer makes a huge mistake. Walks up, giving Doombe a chance to fight back. The spell flux keeps going forwards, a little bit of move speed here and there, using the Infernal Cinders there to get some extra damage down. Doombe, can he chase him towards Chachi? A little bit more damage. Oh, it's so close. Seraph's protecting him a little more, and he'll get out with the Realm Walk. FPX get the Dragon. NIP largely get the fight. Towards the end of it anyway, 3 for 3. It's not fair to say they largely have the fight actually, but Doombe's rise. Holy crap. I'm saying, well, normally when it comes to push comes to shove for NIP, we've normally been looking to do a solo kill and leave this split actually, not Doombe. This game, it's all about that man in the mid lane. Perhaps Leave, once he gets towards that third item, can remind us again why he is so highly regarded by us. Smite's good from Jeje. Instantly destroyed that by. This is the burst of the Titanic Hydra Xin Zhao build, and the AoE damage is nothing to be sniffed at either. Oh, moly, this one-shots the Rel. But both carries from NIP do survive on a bit of health, and Doombe, real credit to him. Both him and Leave managing to, yeah, just space out where they can. very, very close to taking that last kill there onto someone. JJ, if he got himself back up those cooldowns, would have been a big threat again. No flashes to really force things in the way that they wanted to. And roll him up to safety. Ignore the missed Qs though, my man is old. Hey, he's turning back time a little bit in this game. Not died yet, despite the 21 kills so far. Just under a kill a minute. Leave at the 2 items has gone towards the Mortal Reminder second. We haven't checked in on that yet. I did clock that in my head. I just didn't mention it. I don't know why. Applying AoE anti-heal. Doesn't have the Infinity Edge just yet. Once you get to 3 items, the Sivir is unavoidable. 4,000 gold lead to Doomby as approached out of nowhere. 4,000 gold lead to Doomby. How's that happened? I mean, it must have been some shutdowns thrown in about the place, but it feels like that's gone up by, 3,000 in the last 4 minutes or so. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but you're absolutely right there, Frogs in chat saying, Deathless, Doomby, and Leave are going to get scary for sure. If those carries don't die, FPX lose fights. You need to find a way to kill those carries. Sheer having a strange game. I think his execution in some of these team fights is, particularly that last one where he got outspaced, not really what we want to see. Hello, Soulpuppy, good to see you. Now, Doomby at that level 16 now is terrifying for FPX. For those of you that are less aware of Ryze's kit, when he hits every rank of his ultimate, it's not just the ultimate ability which improves. Passively, his EQ combo gets more strong as well, to the point where a level 16, I think it doubles the damage, something like that. I think it goes from 40 to something. Is it 40, 60, 80% damage, or is it up to 100% at the max rank? Either way, you get to level 16, and not only do you scale up well just with your passive and stuff like that, as Achachi, yes, we saw you miss that cannon there. Doomby going towards a Void Staff last as well. So it's not even going to be easy to survive him with your multiple Merc Treads. Yes, the feats of strength from FPX will help a little, but it was a little decorative when you've got a 4,500 gold lead Rise. Almost 4,500 gold lead Rise. Knocking on your door. Minute till Dragon, that would be Infernal Soul for FPX, so that is a win condition for them. You're not going to have a 3-item Sivir for that, not quite yet. You just have the expensive components in of the BF Sword particularly. Doomby has 4-item Rise though. Void Staff hit for this fight. Oh, Doomby. I don't think he's been as high level all this year as potentially I expected him to be on his glorious return, but this one's been a good one so far. He needs to have a clean fight the next time though. Has Flash, has Zhonya's, has 4 items, level 17. Game on. Game on. FPX on the other side, what do they have to deal with it? Well, the Shinzao's falling off a little bit now, despite the 1.5k gold lead. The Shinzao is not a late game scaling carry. The Varus has 3 items, can poke out effectively. Might see FPX trade Dragon for Baron, they could do that. Well, that being said, FPX have not really been an objective trading team. Kez opening a bookshop? Yeah, he only sells amp tomes though, sadly. Nothing more. Hang on a second, Realm coming in. NIP might be giving over the Dragon for this. They go in and they're trying to DPS it down. They might have to peel this off. It's only down to half HP. This is risky. Sheer into the bit. Nyket trying to engage onto the backline. The Galio ult is going to come through into the engage. One goes down already. It's going to be the Rel falling. NIP, they might have overcooked a little bit here. Tried to rush down the Baron, but the response from FPX was swift. And now the issue is NIP, they need to recall, get back in position to defend the Dragon. And they don't even have their ultimates to do that. Nio, my dude, you can't be sat around, sit here on Vision. They're going to give up the whole damn Infernal Soul. This is not worth it. Baron for Infernal Soul is not a good trade. Varus, Gwen, they're going to be sat on this objective itself. I think FPX would have been fine in the first place, just taking the Dragon itself. Now, JJ, where is he in all this? Of course, he's just here in the screen as well. He's looking too much onto the damn mini-map. Baron down to half HP. JJ is around with Flash. Jumping forwards on Doomby. Gets the knockup. Has that. Has the Zhonya's going through. Going Golden. Taunt onto him as well. And the Rise. He's deathless so far in this game, but he's bopped back. JJ delivers Doomby like it's Christmas. And JJ will rule the fight with a double kill. NIP, a disastrous mistake to start the Baron. It sets them behind in ultimates and HP. They will see the enemy team get Infernal Soul and the Baron in front of them. Call them ninjas in pinatas the way they got beat around there. And yes, I did steal that one from chat. JJ, charging up his Q on the ward, then uses the Titanic Hydra to quickly get through it, and Doonbeat is not in a safe spot. We were saying, look, NIP, deathless carries, scary. Oh, JJ. He just instantly kills both carries. JJ instantly kills both carries. Knock up onto Doonbeat. Flash forward onto leave afterwards. Insanely important fight from the jungler of JJ. The 6th jungle change of the year for FPX. Yeah, I think NIP's Baron damage was not as good as they thought it would be. If they could quickly melt the Baron, perhaps... Ah, no. Jumping Boy's trying to get a red buff, and instead he's found a Varus. He's found a Rakan. Pulls out the ultimate. Feels a bit of like a frustration ult at that point. Easy kill. FPX, of course. Oh, they're going to chase forward for more. It's a dead rel as well. The top esports challengers jungle support are a combined 2 and 12 right now. And the only 2 kills are on Nio. Nycat and Nio. Good duo between them from LDL up to LPL. Not been their cleanest game so far. NIP have struggled to make the aggressive plays that they needed to. The Baron buff. 2 grubs on top of it, giving FPX a hell of a strong push here. NIP waiting for the Gallia to push in mid lane. Sheer jumping forwards, using the Nash's Tooth to chunk down half the HP very quickly. On that, the Varusol just missing. That could have been the end of the game there, you know. Solo kill deal, and it might still be the end of the game. Anyway, Doonbeat taken to low HP. Should just be Nexus turrets and out now. Maybe even a mid inhibitor, but I don't think they can stay for that much more on the HP. They're on Nycat. It's an airball. It's an airball from him. We talked about the support matchup being important. Well, Nycat has been the second of them here between him and Shui. Leave obliterated. Doonbeat, not much better. Solo kill, the last one alive, but he won't even be kept that way as a messenger. He'll join his teammates as FPX slam through the late game objectives to crush game 1. Well, for a first game of playoffs, FPX doing pretty well to silence some of the doubters. That was one of them, of course. What NIP becoming in as massive favourites here, honestly. Given the level that we've seen from FPX and Group Ascend, and the level that we'd seen from NIP and Group Nirvana. However, haven't been able to shadowbox them that well. It's the problem with having these 2 different groups, I suppose, at this level. And folks, and this is our first cast and our first games of LPL playoffs. This is, of course, a co-stream, but there is no official broadcast anymore of the LPL, which means that I sit here and I do it myself. I've done it for the last 2 years, not just this one, the last one as well, when there are only half the games broadcast in LPL. So yeah, I do my best to bring as much LPL action as I can. I've cast the LPL officially for the last, 3 years. I've done it since 2023. I've cast over 1,500 LPL games, I think, anyway, something around that. Okay, we're going to go into a quick break. We'll probably play some horse game during the break as well. Don't you worry, we'll get around to that one. Are we officially calling play-ins the playoffs then? I mean, I don't see why not, Frogs. I guess they're technically not, but... I mean, we typically used to have a 10-team playoffs, and this would be close enough to that, I suppose. Technically, I don't think it is. But I'm calling it that because it's easier for me, because it's definitely not the regular season. I guess it's technically not playoffs, but you know what I mean. Okay, I gotta see, is Rafa still around? Rafa said he had a hot take to give on LPL stuff, on All Pro. Postseason? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Technically, it's not playoffs. I just don't want to. I don't want to like water it down and call it something else, you know. Okay, I'm gonna see where Rafa is. On the lolesports website, it says playoffs, play-ins, Knights Rivals, JD Blue. It's called the Knights Rivals. This is a best of 5. It's a best of 5. Okay, by the way, and I'll just do the quick spiel here as well. For those of you who would like to support us as well, this is me and my brother which do this. We try and cover as much as possible. There are a couple of links you can get to help us as well. There's a... what's it called? Yeah, there's League Mastery and Ko-fi, where if you feel... So League Mastery is a... League Mastery is a... like a coaching site, effectively, with a bunch of guides from One Tricks. And we're going to have a casting guide on there soon as well. If you'd like to support us, please drop something in there. It does help us a lot. And of course, Ko-fi as well. It's a donation site. They got to earn their right to play against Knight? Yeah, so I hear. So I hear. It's the Knight rival stage. It's all the rivals of Knight. Is this official who qualifies for LPL's to World Spots then? Not this stage, no. So what we'll have is the final results of this playoffs, and then finalists goes towards. So the winner of Summer Split 3 will go to. Hang on one sec. Rafa's here. Rafa's got a hot take to give us, so we'll wait for him. Hello, my dude. How's it hanging?
Good, man. I'm actually in a fives game with some of the other LPL guys while we're watching the game. Yeah.
Oh god. I don't know. I walked in today thinking that NIP would actually be favorites because FPX looked kind of tragic for a lot of this. But I don't know. Maybe JJ's just the goat. Maybe we had this wrong. Maybe JJ's the goat.
maybe JJ has the leadership sauce that they need. I mean, I think if you're JJ and you think, okay, Wei's gonna come in and there's no way this team does well. Wait, they're kicking BLG's ass. Oh my god, wait, Wei is pulling off the most. No, I need to get back into playoffs. I need it. I need it.
I feel so bad for JJ because he was so good for so much for the rest of the year. Like,
yeah.
People don't remember. I think it was IG Top Esports in winter playoffs with his Lilia. Which stole
Dude,
Elder
the
and Baron.
Elder Dragons?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
JJ has actually done a hell of a lot of good work. Obviously, we can't tell what the internal stuff is like in IG. We don't have that info, which makes you think, okay, well, maybe. And in fairness, IG have now gone on to finish top 2. I mean, can't fault them. Obviously, something's working, but you got to feel bad for JJ because actually, I don't think individually he was the issue.
I agree. There's definitely something happening, like environment-wise, but I don't think like JJ was the problem. But I guess he wasn't. For IG, they were like, we just need a change, and sometimes that just helps. Even though it's like, during the part when IG were struggling the most, I thought the biggest problem was low-key Mako.
Yeah, he was
now
very
Mako.
consistent.
Yeah, but now Mako is glowed up, and for me, I think he's the best support in LPL right now.
You know what? This is a hot take. I actually think Hung is the best support right now in LPL, which is crazy given how he was earlier in the year. I think, I mean, Hung's been inconsistent too, but God, his upper tier games have also been pretty damn good. I think Mako's peak is the highest in LPL right now, which is incredible considering that On's peaks are typically the highest. But I think that you even that out with the consistency and the level of those games that we see at peak. On's is at the lowest it's been since what 2022 realistically, and then Mako, he's been better. He's better recently, but earlier in the year obviously it was a bit shit. But I think Hung has had less in games than the other two. You know what I mean? All right, you said you had a hot take about
yes.
All Pro.
So
let me have it.
Okay, so well, you thought that me thinking Mako first All Pro might have been controversial.
Yeah.
I think first All Pro jungle, Monkey.
If you only chose Game 1 Monkey, I would agree. Sadly, Games 2 and 3 still exist. Did you see that last Olaf game he played?
Oh, man.
Did you see him go like 0 and 9 or whatever it was?
Okay, so when I came up with this hot take, I was very delirious. And,
clearly so.
And because I was looking at the number of MVPs throughout the entire year, or this split, and I was like, it is so strange that Monkey has an overwhelming
that's because the whole
MVP
team is shit and it takes him over.
Exactly. And it's just like, what if Monkey had an actual team? Monkey would be the best player. Or potentially be the best player. So that's where the delirium is coming from, and it's just like me trying to protest against the system and say, well,
look, I do think Monkey is great. I think he's the best player on his team. I think I put Monkey as third All Pro because I think I still put Kanavi.
That's totally respect.
I think I put because for me, like MVP and All Pro are different to me. Where All Pro is like just on base on the absolute level. MVP is more in context of their team, although they're obviously connected, right? Because some players are only able to do some things within the teams that they're on, and they're only able to, you know, whatever. There's always context to it, but that's always the way that I've done it. I think that Tarzan and Kanavi have been consistently higher level than him on individual levels. However, Monkey is by far the most important player to his team in the league, I think.
Yeah.
I think, although that being said, I didn't put him in my MVP shortlist, you know, because the problem is that importance thing. that's how critical it is, whether he plays well or badly. This is still a team that lost, you know, 11 series, something like that, this split, right? Did they go 2-11, something like that? Or 3-11, because they won that last one against Daniel's Legend. And a bunch of those games were Monkey running it down, realistically, in Game 2 and Game 3.
Yeah, like, when I made the take, it was just purely off of, wow, like, there's no other player in the league that has, like, 80% MVP to win ratio. Therefore, it's like overwhelmingly
but the problem is, like, also in terms of their losses, a lot of their losses are also due to him. Okay, that's not always fair because there's a bunch of people thing. Also, one other thing as well, and this is a criticism I have about Monkey and Vampire, because this is a stylistic macro choice that they've made as a team. They are very good around flashy engages around objectives, but I can't think of an Ascend team which is worse at playing around side lanes than WE. Monkey and Vampire, when they try and go towards a side lane, almost always fail. They either time it wrong, or they're not, you know, so they're late to a play, or they're actually sometimes too early as well, and they end up, like, not getting into position. They're very good at playing around Taeyeon when he's in mid lane, which is why they played so much around stuff like his Ezreal, and they'd rather just say, let's put all things mid, we'll slowly grind down mid turret. And I actually think this makes Cube look worse, because yes, Cube is a bad laner, but Cube is never realistically going to get impactful help on a side lane, because Monkey and Vampire are shit at moving to side lanes. So it's like, while I think that on an individual engage, flashy level and the dueling level, they're actually very, very good. I mean, I think that Vampire is one of the best engaged supports in the league, especially around objectives. But, and Monkey as well, right? On his Wukong and Olaf and stuff like that. They're very good at finding these individual kind of flashy moments. I actually think some of the substance, which is hard... Look, let's be honest. A casual viewer is not going to judge them, oh, they didn't quite make something work in the side lane that heavily, right? Because it's like, oh, whatever. I care more about the Flash 5-man Nico ult or something like that. So that's something which I've been harping on about a lot this split, because I'm trying to, like, bring the community opinion back into some semblance of balance, because there is a reason why WE have lost so many series, and that is one of the big reasons for it.
Yeah. So, when I first messaged you and Sam about it, that was like the height of the, what if the system, I really hate it, and I want to stick it to it by saying, well, if you guys think the MVP number
down with the establishment of MVP votes,
then this is just how we do it, you know?
Oh my God.
Sorry, I went big on Wukong in this one team fight.
All good. Hey, I'll let you get back to your fives. Don't worry, man. But I appreciate your insight coming in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
That was the height of it. Yeah.
Honestly, no, it's a really good conversation. I appreciate your insight as well. And I hope you have some good fives. All right, I'm gonna go put on some adverts over here. And I'm gonna go in a quick break and rest my voice just 1 second. So see you in a bit, Rafa.
Ciao.
Always good to hear from the man himself. Okay, I'm gonna go put us onto a quick ad break, and I'm gonna go get myself. What am I gonna do? Turn my camera off. I actually do already have a drink already in the toilet. I just need to stop speaking for a minute. Oops. You see, Frogs, I don't want that because, wait, do you know that, wait. Do you know the lore behind that? Have I mentioned that yet? Well, people in my Discord know, I guess. Yeah, I have issues with Nymaera as a champion, sadly. No, it's all good, it's all good, Frogs. But Frogs, if you can look in my Discord and go into, like, I don't know, I guess gaming drama and search up Nymaera, and you should find context there, probably. Probably not something I should be saying on stream, because I don't want to, like, amplify that message, but obviously on a personal level there's some weird shit going on there. Okay, we do have horse game. I can set this up. I'm starting to, like, prep for Gemini Cup really now. Okay, what was I doing? I think I was doing Medjaro McQueen runs, because I want to set up Medjaro McQueen as a parent. So I'm looking for long sparks, I'm looking for stamina, and I'm looking for straightaway spurt. So what I'm not doing that. I need to get my 3-star stamina thing. What's my stat? What's my strat? 2 end, 1 debuff? Technically yes, but my end debuffer, my debuffer is also going to be an end as well. They're going to be Haru Urara debuffer. But yes, technically. Where's my freaking, where's my stamina? Stamina long. Yeah, because you need that to get rid of the Sleeping Lion skill. And I don't have Narita Taishin, so I kind of need to do that. Do this. I have an okay gold chip somewhere for this. I want stamina on long. I guess hang on. Stamina long. End close. I mean, okay. This is fine. We'll do this. I run Taishin, Golshi, and Augury End. Yeah, I could go Augury End closer, I guess. But I'm not. Actually, no, maybe that's not the worst idea. Maybe that's not the worst idea. We're gonna do this. And we're looking for Man in Finance. 6'4". Trust Fund. Blue ads. Gosh, okay. Wait, this is speed, not stamina. What have I done here then? This is wrong. I've just clicked the wrong thing here. There's a stamina one, which is... Oh, no. I am actually correct. I'm just dumb. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna run my own Top Gun, End Closer, Golshi, and then a Haru. But I need to get like good parents, because I don't have good enough ones just yet. Like I do have decent. This. This might actually be a recreation one. Nah, I didn't get the that's a shame, because I'd like to have gotten karaoke for that. Nice, 1 speed. Well, I mean, 1 is the director, but yeah. Refuse to farm any more parents. I need to. Like, I kind of didn't get that great parents even for the last one. So I kind of lucked out on that, really. On my... Because I did win my goddamn Champions meet somehow, but... Should be getting to draft soon. In fact, this is our draft. Turn camera back on them. Okay, into draft for our thing. If my plan is to run McQueen, Pace, and Gold Chip End, what do you think would be a good last slot? You need a debuffer. You need a debuffer. I would suggest Haru Urara End Closer debuff because it stops Narita Taisha from just taking over your lobby if people run forward to that. Okay, get the Trundle's banned away, one of the most powerful junglers available. We have Pantheon Talia. Pantheon Talia. No Poppy to stop the Pantheon either. Talia's still probably the easy first pick. Doomby loves playing it. Wukong an easy lock-in as well. So no Annie to pair up with it, but if you go Wukong, then there's no Poppy, no Shinzao, no Pantheon, no Vi. What you got to counter this now? Do you have to go something like Skarner? Skarner doesn't feel that great into the Wukong. I think Jared just got to really think about what he goes in jungle here. Even something like the Jarvan's not fantastic. I feel like Wukong's happy with that. Corky locked in for FPX. Jachi's played a lot of this, and the Chicken Jachi returns again. Chicken Jachi. It makes sense when you see the skin. Is that a legit hover? Because we're wondering what the hell he's going to play in jungle. Wait, I'm just saying. There's a world. There's a world. Hover in the Akali. That's the obvious lock-in though. That's the power pick. Okay, so you've got your first kind of circle of doom here from NIP. You see both enemy carries. They've got good early game push, the Corki and the Talia. Good early game power. You know, Talia's actually quite good very early into the game. The Orianna gives you the winning matchup in mid lane. Doomby, has he played much of that this split? Let me have a look, actually. I'm not actually sure he's played that much of it this split. With the Talia locked in, you're not afraid of something like a Sylas. You can lock the Alistar a lot easier. It's good engage. Pretty good in most bot lane matchups. You could go Braum, but Braum doesn't feel great versus the Orianna. Don't tell me they've prepped something like this. Because if you go something like Talia support or Sylas top lane. Oh, is it Sylas jungle? Sylas jungle with an Alistar ult to steal. Are we actually going to see that? I was about to say, look, the Talia's locked in, so surely this isn't there. They don't lock it. They don't lock it. But it did get my brain working for a second there, believe it or not. HLE versus IG. IG win. HLE versus Toppies. What's HLE win? I think IG do have the firepower to randomly take games against the top teams in the world for sure. And not even randomly, I think they can do. BLG JJ would possibly save LPL. I mean, some people jumped on me for saying that I said that Shadow was struggling. Now, I'm not saying that he's the only one struggling, but he is struggling. I'm kind of surprised that people don't see that the move is causing issues for BLG still. Like, it's a short-term fix. They haven't fixed everything, right? Is Naught jungle still not a thing? We haven't really seen it yet. And the problem with Fearless is that you don't want to use that flex potential to take away a powerful pick to put it into a less powerful pick elsewhere a lot of the time. I actually think that Fearless has killed the art of flex picking a little bit. Because people just practice it for a single role, because you only need it for one role a series. You don't need it for multiple roles in a series anymore. Not anymore. No, I think that actually the flexibility of champions has been a little diminished, in fact. Timby, what have you played this split? He's played one Orianna game with a 22 KDA. Jeez. Who's that versus? It was versus Ultra Prime. Ah, it was their 20,000 gold lead game versus Ultra Prime, I believe. Yep, that'll be it. Skarner locked in for JJ. Nothing interesting there, really. The Sylas and the Jarvan were banned away. I can't believe they actually banned the Sylas. Afraid of the flex around because of the Alistar ultimate. That hover might well have just freaked out NIP. I don't know whether FPX have actually practiced the Sylas in any of the roles, but NIP seeing that hover for so long, they do ban it away. Leave goes towards Zeri. I mean, you are into a Nautilus ult, which is a bit scary. Nautilus Talia, which is a very strong combo, but then again, I suppose Talia should never really get to combo off of the Nautilus unless the Zeri is very out of position. So you should have, you know, Mbessa, Orianna, Alistar waiting to slap you back. Last pick now for top lane for FPX. Yeah, it's not a bad Renekton angle, actually. It's okay. Pretty good against most of these champions on the other side. Not great versus Orianna. Pretty good again versus everyone else. There we go. Locked in for FPX. Those are our compositions. We're going to see some more Zeri gaming here in the LPL. Leave is a big Zeri player. Not everyone is, but he is. LCK 4th seed versus LPL 4th seed prediction, please. I mean, LCK, I'm not sure about 4th seed. I think BLG might be going as 4th seed from LPL. I think BLG goes 4th seed. They keep banning Senna. Leave Senna is very, very good, I'll say. Onto the rift we go. Let's hear those gyros. H-Lee versus anyone's legend, who wins? I mean, anyone's legend looking better again, but... Well, we haven't seen H-Lee versus AL as an individual matchup. That one's really interesting because H-Lee do have a very good jungle support in Peanut and Delight, and that's typically where AL get their advantages. That one is one of the more intricate matchups between the two, because both those teams are really about who gets ahead in jungle support. Ooh, very quiet for some reason. The silence was deafening. Still is a little bit. There we go. Some nice strings coming in. Hi, Oriana. Thank you for saving us from the quiet. Oh, no, let's get that good hook at the level 1 into the Foss Bomb too. Ouch. Okay, getting chunked down really, really early there. And if NIP, reminder folks, they did put a decent amount into this year. You know, they've upgraded their another hook into another Foss Bomb. You know, they brought in Durnby. They made a ton of changes between Split 2 and Split 3. NIP, their year could end here if they lose out on this series. FPX on the other side. I feel like they've somehow muddled it together a little bit. Been quite poor in this send group. Oh, zoning off for the wave. I don't think it's going to cause any minions to die, but still. Hey, good to see you, Dio. Good luck, Dio. Good luck. Ask chat if you need help with Riz. Actually enjoy getting easy push in this bot side. The hooks into the Foss Bombs were really nasty. Both junglers on the bot side of the map cleared their way down here, ward into Trirush. That is, of course, one of the bonuses of a pushing bot lane, is that you get good information on jungle, because typically they do want to be hanging around that Trirush, using it to either support bot lane or go towards bot scuttle. Leave getting that right-click tap onto the Corki. Another hook in. Not into the Foss Bomb this time, but still a little bit of damage. Nautilus hook can be... Weirdly, Nautilus hook can be quite... hang on a second, jump over the wall. It's going to be the... Exhaust thrown through. Exhaust for heal. Still the HP trade in favor of FPX. You see how these incremental trades, they make difference over time. Leave starting the cull. I didn't even check that before. Why did I not check that? The cull coming in from Leave. So he really wants to say, look, I'm just going to soak up farm. That's why Jachi and Dway are really fighting hard early. Saying, let's just get these incremental trades. Leave may well reset early just to get a lane swap in. It'll save the Ambassador from the Renekton a little bit too. You can see that Shear's on a 10 CS lead there. NIP need a lane swap, I think. They need an early lane swap. Get these lanes swapped around. Doesn't really matter about matchups at that point if you're in a 2v1. You're in a 2v1. Alistar recalling now. And then eventually NIP just hope that Leave can carry. They've done that a few times this split and said, look, Leave, take us to the promised land. I think Leave's been great this year. On the whole. If you look back to split 1, NIP were in playoffs there. Against Top Esports. They, I think the game 2, Leave's game against Top Esports, game 2 on the Jhin. They lost that game, but oh my god, what a game he had. One of the strongest individual AD carry performances I've seen all year. He only died once that game, and it was the one which lost him the game, actually. Oh, Jachi isn't... It's not Chicken Jachi! He's wearing the wrong Corki skin! Oh. Oh, what? That's sad. What do you mean you're not using the chicken Corki skin? The Chicken Jachi? That, I mean, it's not chicken... It's definitely not Chicken Jachi. Oh. That's sad. I've been joking about that the whole week. The QW's coming through from Durnby. A little bit of a CS lead will be taken by Durnby, but nothing too much. Surprised we haven't seen an early swap through from Leaf. But then again, he's managed to pick up a good amount of CS now. Top lane's managed to even out a lot of the CS too. I guess there were some crashed waves perhaps when I looked at it the last time. There's my favorite D&D bard player. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were playing D&D yesterday. We had a very funny moment in D&D. I say that there might be a hook coming through here. We might even see a 3v. We might even see a 3v3 here. Both junglers are down here. That's what this looks like. It's gearing up for. Where's the hook? Don't want it onto the Alice to flash away from the hook. Leave. Seeing JJ behind him after using his dash. Okay, all right. Flash down. No 3v3. But yes, we had a very funny moment. Oh, come on. We might actually see more fights here. That's the problem. I wanted to calm down because I don't want to be talking about goddamn anecdotes and then have it interrupted by a fight. Oh, Scuffle. Is it available? Is that what? Yeah. No, it's not. Jeja, you missed the dragon there, my friend. That's not how you hit the dragon. There you go. Aggroing it now. Yeah, so the funny moment was, yeah, we had to, like, rescue some prisoners from, like, a dungeon. And I got the guards to fight their own skeletons. It was very funny. Okay, Shockwave to mid lane. Nymaera jumping forwards. Does he see this? I don't know if he does. It's probably Flash Blow. No, wait, no, the phase rush. That's enough. Dimby, good trade onto him all the same. Ked doesn't have enough HP to fight. Means that FPX do need to get out of there. Jeja has Flash, has the wall stun as well. We'll be able to get through both walls safely. So Flash used from Nyket. No great follow-up there. FPX will get out with the dragon and their jungler's life. Yeah, so anyway, the whole thing about this dungeon thing was, basically there were some guard skeletons which didn't attack anyone wearing a red cape. So we stole some red capes for some guards we found earlier. And we walked in, it was like, oh, we'll just go get these prisoners, because surely they're just guarded by the skeletons. And we walked into the room, and it's like, okay, there are actually some human guards there too. And we're like, okay, so that's a problem. So immediately I just do my bard thing and just was like, oh man, we need some help out here with the crevice. No flash here on lane, needs to be careful. And as I walk through, we take the cloaks off and the skeletons kill him. Great stuff. Bot side, the 80 carries trading heavily here. Barrier coming through. I don't think Leave's got enough though. Remember, he started with the cull. Does not have the HP to play through that or the damage to turn it back. Another hook. I mean, it's likely 2 kills. Jachi, does he have enough right here? One more frost bomb. Any bit of damage. Well, it's just one more auto. The frost bomb will do it. And the Valkyrie out to safety. Jachi gets himself 2 kills. Bot lane domination from FunPlus Phoenix. Anyway, my anecdotes aside, great CVT from FPX. And yeah, you know, Leave, he wanted to, you know, save up until he can get himself that BF sword, get himself a better bat. He had to use that flash earlier with a bad E earlier in lane. First grub taken by an IP, actually, that. Now I will secure that with a smite. JJ did not use his. I was wondering what happened there. I thought I heard a second sound effect there. Wait, off vision. Does he have any summoners with the spellbook available? No, has Hex Flash. Second grub going to be likely taken for FX. No Flash on Nightcap. Not really sure why you're walking up there, buddy. He had the spellbook smite. That's what he wanted to do. So you can get a cheeky one in there. Trade his life for a grub, potentially. Now he's just traded his life for nothing, really. Nothing. 2 grubs over to the side of FPX. First one was claimed by Nio. Just giving an extra kill over. I don't love it. I don't love it. So here's what happened on the bot side. Hook lands onto Leave. Oh, Dway uses his auto attack as CC. See that? Cast the hook just as Leave wants to be casting an auto attack. Means he does cancel the auto, but you know, the CC's technically already in there. The best players in the world will use your animations and use your auto attacks even as CC against you. Zero God, yeah, Ruler just got a pentakill on his own, by the way. Jive on top side, Shear's going to kill. Poor solo kill on the top side. There's nothing solo about that. Shear's going to get himself a kill, and he's going to get himself 2 plates, maybe? See, is anyone roaming up here? No, it's looking all Carthaginian. No one's roaming at all. I'm funny. Please, yeah. I'm going to save that for a bigger cast. Oh, God. FPX, I thought they were coming, and the consensus was FPX would be coming in as underdogs, but this is the nature of Ascend versus Nirvana. Oh yeah, Loki also had a good game with us the other day, just in LTA, where C9 won that game 5 versus Disguised. Nio out of vision? I think he is, actually. So you want to jump onto Jue? Jue doesn't have summoners yet. Doesn't have that exhaust off cooldown. Jetchi doesn't have them either, actually. Nio, they don't spot him at all. Jue is still in this brush. You can hop out of vision with that warrior tricks that doesn't find an angle. You would have thought that'd be it, wouldn't you? With potential of a flash into the cyclone. Level 6 is there from Jue. Does he cancel the recall and look for the play again? Potentially. W does land onto Jetchi. Jue. And remember, no flash there for Jetchi. Barrier just came off the cooldown. No, that's a lot of wasted time. Way too much wasted time. That's a shame. It's a real shame that FPX get away with that one very easily, buying a lot of the jungles time. Not sure if they know it there or not, but he does. Having said, you know, there's not much else for him to be doing. There's only camps respawning now, so I suppose the waste of time is only a minor thing, but he does leech some XP and could have been helping out elsewhere on the map, I suppose. JJ might go. JJ's been doing well. He had a great game one. Great game one. I really wanted Disguise to win because the Dom crash out would have been legendary. He was pretty close to it. He turned his chat on to subscribers only, which I do get. It was a stressful moment. It's very different when you're actually personally involved in a team, right? Good warding put out by Jue. Jue's had a good series so far. I'd say that just the first game and a half. Laning phase has been good here. I did put Jue in my top 3 for all pro, you know. Him as my 3rd. This guy's been really, really good for a long time now, actually. Actually getting some damage down there. There is the potential of a shockwave coming through. They're going to try it. Doesn't really get that much done, though. The exhaust comes through. The shockwave's okay, and Nio does live. How much extra damage have they got, though? Leave coming back over the wall. Has the ultimate. The lightning crash coming down. Dragon secured. Impale. Flashed away from. Dernby. Leave. Can they get the damage down? They get one already. And Jachi has fallen. It'll be another kill. Care goes down. No one coming in from the top lane. FPX going to lose 2. Not able to kill Nio. Nio. High enough HP for now. Jeja, can he get away with a blast cone and a wall tunnel? I think he can do, potentially. No, he's going to go for an takes no damage. And then look for the execute. Why would he pull the shield on then? Okay. He'll die to an execute. No kills going over to the side for him, at least. 2 kills from that fight. FPX did have 2 kills on the Corki, but now with a kill and a cull cashed in, the Zeri's back to even gold. So the flash in was okay, I suppose. Didn't want to pull the North Assault too early. Surprised that the kill didn't come back in. Great Zeri W. That Zeri W takes a ton of damage off. Flash over the Impale, and that's it, isn't it? Lightning Crash, the movement speed is causing issues. That's a problem. FPX just gave some gold over towards Leave Zeri. Leave has been damn good at carrying from ahead. Leave just firing Qs to the side to charge the passive, I guess. That guy's gone over towards the Ghost. Can potentially run around the map now with that. I agree, Zeri. Based in Jue build, perhaps. Game slowed down a little bit now, waiting until the next objectives. Herald in a minute. We have different lane allocations. The Orianna versus the Renekton is pretty good here for NIP. Means that the Sheer, who is 1,000 gold ahead, can't get as far ahead versus the Orianna. And while you might think, well, Mbessa versus Talia, that doesn't feel great either. I think Mbessa's pretty happy just collecting waves. It's not like so they can really trade as well onto. No wall stun coming through onto Solar Kill, but there is a heart steal. JJ will get his first of the game there. Hook onto the wall, Spider-Naut out to safety. 1,000 gold lead for the Orianna, going towards the Seraphs. Ken not completed his yet, completed his a little later. Also stopped off tier 2 boots, the Alternator on the other side for Dernby, who may well be going towards Shadow Flame. No assists on Wukong. That's a good point. Wukong has no assists. Didn't get any in that last fight. Guess his participation timed out by the time the kills came through. Herald now alive, JJ. aggroing it. Now off vision. Doesn't have flash. Does have Cyclone. Jachi has a barrier. Has flashed his... I mean, he's too far away from his teammates for now. Lee's going over the wall. And Jachi is out in trouble. He's out safely, though. Jeje, now he's the one in trouble. The jungler might go down instead of the AD carry. NIP, clean engage. Nio coming out of the fog of war, impactfully so. FPX not able to protect both their AD carry and their jungler. No follow-up damage. Really quite a problem that Sheer has not made his way into any of these fights yet. Made his way. Misspoke there. Sheer not getting involved in these fights is a problem. He's really far ahead early. Has that first item black cleaver spike, just wasn't there in time. Didn't find the angle. Would have thought if he'd get into that back end of that fight, surely he'd be able to close someone down. There's no cleanse on Leave, by the way. Pretty sure that Sheer manages to flash stun Leave, just dies. Be a huge problem later, actually. Very surprised that Sheer's not managed to get himself into the plays, but then again, Sheer, odd split for him. You know, for someone who I thought was best rookie year of anyone last year. If you look at the skills which he developed and the level of play he was showcasing in JDG. Not really been the sophomore year he would have wanted. The sophomore slump. The second album syndrome. Not everyone can make a Meteor after Hybrid Theory. Second album is often the most difficult one. Could argue someone like Milky Way, who was on FPX before. He struggled with that too. That's in terms of splits, actually. His first split was good. Beyond that, really not the same level. It was not the best thing ever. Wow. Oof. I have a drinking problem. Linkin Park mentioned. Linkin Park, oh, my favorite band. I saw them 3 times before Chester Pass. Make Chester proud. I have the this tower's gonna fall on the bot side. Second tower of the game. First was taken by FPX, gave him the feats of strength. Dragon now started. FPX could get an early third dragon and a sole point for themselves, so they claim this. Gosh. Voice is struggling a little bit. Teleport behind enemy lines. This time, Shit is coming into the play. We haven't seen the Renekton impact things yet. He could be game-changing. Jeje not going to be able to catch anyone but the clone. Shit coming into the backline. Niket get up in the middle of nowhere. What's Solo Kill going to do now? This Renekton not actually doing that much. Leave on the other side of the wall. Jeje needs to get in to do something. Flash away from Leave. Ambassador's into the pit. Trying to kill off Care. Leave into the back. Things massive knockup from the Alistair. The dragon is claimed by NIP alongside so many kills. And Sheer and Jeje cannot get the backline dive they wanted. NIP will show them how it's done. They'll take the dragon and they'll take 4 kills. NIP. Huge fight for them. Sheer with such a good early gold lead, doing nothing with it. Not able to impact the Herald fight earlier. Not able to impact this very important dragon fight right here. 3,000 gold lead now over to NIP. Sheer, you have to do better than this. But Leave came in on his own. Couldn't do anything about that. Couldn't find anything in this play, and Nycat uses the ultimate to disengage safely. And Sheer just ends up doing nothing. Still has flash, can't find anything to do with it. Just not patient enough. Care manages to force the flash out of Leave. And Besser that gets into the backline, and honestly, Solo Kill gets a better combo. Awesome combo coming in from Nycat. No one even dies for it on NIP. 4 for none. Clean fight. Clean kills. Care, good trade onto Doomby. That takes a turret aggro as well. Ooh, Shockwave under turret means that Care is traded back onto. Often this is the case with Orianna. You feel bad about trading your Shockwave someone and you're good. But yeah, I have the 20th anniversary Meteora album, like the vinyl, like the collector's edition down in the corner of my camera somewhere in the background. Got the Hybrid Theory one back home. Cat does have ult back up again, flicked away from turret, and the ult is actually very good from Care. Angles it a little bit awkwardly there. Is it going to be enough? Can Care get into the play? Damn, that is a clean escape from Care, and now suddenly Doomby, quite low HP, flick back onto Nycat. He's likely going to die towards the Talir, and indeed, he does. Doomby, he's got no way out now too. Care, a massive outplay on the top side, a double kill for the Talir, with a slick escape in NIP, despite the good play around the Dragon. They're going to lose 3 kills in the top side after an ill-fated dive. Jesus, NIP, what a fumble. FPX now back to even in terms of gold thereabouts. You know, only 500 or so gold down now. FPX can stick around on top side, use the 2 grubs to get the turret up there. That'll be some extra gold into them. NIP, what a fumble. Awesome escape by Care. Awesome escape by Care. This is, well, this is some Nirvana gaming if I ever saw it. FPX, welcome to it. I mean, what an escape by Care. Manages to escape just about. Thought he jumped off a little early, you know. I think he wanted to potentially escape an Alistair knock-up. I think you can get away from that in some cases. Gets the phase rush, a bit of flick back onto Nycat there. Into going down. They had no way, but they had the Alistair ult. If you have Alistair ult, you're fine to do that. You should be able to take a flashless Talia out there, but the flick back into the ult means he's safe there. You should normally be safe to do that. Alistair's one of the best champions at diving turrets in the game because of that. Didn't make a difference there. So, back to even. FPX even a slight gold lead. How the heck did that happen? Doombee's individual lead cut down. Does have the, you know, good burst damage of the Seraphs into the Shadow Flame. Especially if you can finish people off and not take people down from full HP. And instead do damage to people who are under 30%. Wukong didn't have ult. They should have waited for Wukong ult to knock him out of ult. Yeah, but the Alistair should be able to do that anyway, realistically. Couldn't do that there. I don't think they needed it. It was a good timing to do so if they could find it before FPX could rally in time. They just couldn't. Second item now in for Kaz, gone towards that Leandri's second. 2 items in for Jachi, who has the Muramana. That being said, Zeri's getting very scary now. How's the Hurricane? Hurricane leave has hit the shores of Summoner's Rift. Take you away to the Typhoon bunkers, the shelters, storm shelters. That's kind of alive. Shit. Really needs to impact the next fight, though. Teleport coming in soon. You have to imagine, Shea, you got to come in quickly. Once it, he's not, he's going to be too late. Troy goes down. Nycat just about living. Where is the teleport from the reactor? He's coming into the middle of the fight. Has himself the graded boost, but shit, you have to wonder again whether he could have teleported in, looked for a flank. He wanted to get the upgraded boots, but Troy's already dead. Nycat has teleport to make his way back into the play. Can they get another play before he comes back in? No. Shea uses the E poorly there too. Flick back misses. Shea having a poor game on this Renekton, and genuinely that could be win or loss difference here. Going into that Tri-Brush. There is still a Shockwave, a Cyclone from NIP. They have everything but the Alistair ults. Dragon now started. Shea getting a little bit of rage from attacking that. JJ walking into the pit does have the Impale. I'm a little bit worried here for FPX. Wait. Can he come back in time? Perhaps he can. Hang on a second. Here we go. Yes, he is back in time. Graded Bale coming through. And Alistair goes down. Has no ult. Shift finally into the backline. And FPX, can they shut down? Leave the Zeri. Starts popping. There's Lightning Surge doing well, but it's a wall stun. And finally, the Zeri is dealt with a triple kill to Jachi. The Dragon went the way of NIP. The fight goes the way of FPX. And they will take themselves the Atakan after 5-for-1. An Atakan to FPX. They don't get themselves the Dragon, but they will get themselves the fight. Completely missed the fact that Dre managed to make his way back in on good timing as well. My bad there, folks. Shea now 3-0-3. Finally gets himself a huge fight for himself. Had struggled before this fight to really get himself good impact. Dre had come back into the play after dying earlier. Cyclone only really onto the front line. Flick back onto Alistair means that there's no combo to really threaten anyone else there. I love how Jachi jumps in and uses the Valkyrie for damage. You've got to appreciate that. You've got to appreciate that. God, I love an AD carry that's willing to use tools aggressively and do it effectively. Naya has his worst series. Naya's struggled a little bit versus JJ, hasn't he? His team fights have... Last game on the Vi. Yeah, not really what they needed, I suppose. I think FPX were much better at playing defensively last game, which of course is very, very good against a Vi. If you play defensively against it, the Vi's often the one looking a little bit stumped. Shea now with an almost 2,000 gold lead versus solo kill. Going up towards maybe Shojin next. There's a lot of people over the wall here. Having said, NIP pulling the people towards topside. Ghost pop by Cat, some slows coming on to Shea. knock up. A bit of a spider knot away. Dwayne might still be in danger here. No, does have the cyclone, won't use it. Does some damage onto Sheer. That's kind of it. Yeah, teleports towards that top side. Has the upgraded Ionian boot still. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure 99% of junglers in the world will struggle against JJ. That is true. I really think JJ's great. I think JJ's great. I think this guy is you know, one of those very special talents out there. I think we're, yeah, lucky to have some very cool junglers here in the LPL right now. I think Tarzan, Kanabi, JJ. 3 of the biggest ones I think of right now. Way's been playing better for IG than he was for BLG. That's good to see. JJ going through the wall. Does have the Impale. Nymaera doesn't have Flash, but could have cleansed an ult for an ult, of course. Could have traded them. Solo kill over to the side. Sheer. It's a bit of a play there on Solo kill. Solo kill might actually start winning these matchups now. He's level 15, 2 item and best. Once he gets level 60, the extra armor pen and the Omnivamp goes kind of crazy. The hook did miss there, of course, there from Dwayne. 3 items from Jachi. Jachi going towards this collector third build, which for some reason people love. Solo kill caught out a little, has to flash away. Of course, can't dash easily away from its layer because of that minefield. Ult for flash. No easy access into the backline now for Solo kill. Not easy for him to follow up. Dermby has Seekers. Could be crucial for this fight. 3 items on leave. If this Zeri manages to have a clean fight, that's pretty much game over there from FPX. You cannot allow this Zeri to have a clean team fight. Ist verboten, nicht erlaubt. JJ. Yeah, chunk down a little. No, you're gonna get chunks because it's completely into shields. Baron, there's a ward on it. FPX don't know that there's a ward on it, I suppose. No, they do. They do. They have pinged it out before, so presumably they do. $2,500 gold leads to FPX. Dragon in 45 seconds, though the Baron was not forfeit in this last one. Dragon, of course, largely where FPX won out last game. NIP not playing well against the late game objectives. They made the wrong choice to rush the Baron, giving up the Dragon, and then of course not able to get the Baron themselves either. Lost that fight, things fell apart. Now luckily this time for NIP's perspective, don't have a soul point. Okay, hanging out over this wall. Dragon in 10 seconds. Valkyrie not cancelled out. Jachi managed to get away from it. Impale not doing that much damage. Flick back onto Nio. He's low HP. Nymaera and neither of them finding their mark. Flashing forwards. Nio trying to get away from the ultimate. Flick back and the jungler's dead before the Dragon. NIP, they lose their smite. They lose their jungler. Dwayne, a very important pick. As NIP's jungle support can't land the engage. This duo, which has been the engine room of NIP for so many of their games. Stuttering, stalling, FPX unable to, NIP rather, unable to play around these later fights. Leave has so much power but doesn't have a platform to play off of it. Nio really struggling, and you can see how much of a difference that's making, sadly, for NIP. Leave getting some damage onto JJ. Solo kill, might be able to find out Sheer on the side here. Just Dragon over to the side of FPX, no Baron start just yet. Nymaera sweeping up for some vision. Close to being potentially game-changing playing for Jachi, but all it is flash-fed a little bit of annoyance, and Nio gets blasted by Care. I think Care's been the player of this game, folks. Flash for the knockback over the wall as well. Oh, Care. That was slick. I think Care has had an exceptional game here. Red buff secured for the team of FPX. Feel bad for Nymaera, but he's also having a bad series. He's not had the best one either, no. Critical support from FPX have been better so far. Leave doing some damage. JJ flashing forwards. The Impale onto Nycat. Traded ult for ults. The flash down from JJ. Ulti forwards from Care. Remember, he does have that Seekers. That's not a bad shockwave, but it doesn't do that much damage, all things said and done. They're too high HP. No auto crit from that Jachi. Taking damage, flashing away. Solo kill. One more bit of damage needed. Can't quite get the kill. Double kill for the Corki. As Sheer is into the backline too, and Leave just cannot get the damage done. No flash for him. Used that a little earlier. Quickly, as you like, it's ended up being a 2-for-1. JJ went down, flashing forwards for a kill onto Nio. The CC into the Talia stun. Leave tries to get the damage down, does get a kill onto the Corki. It's 1,000 goals shut down, but it'll have to take that to go across the river Styx. Goes into the death screen. FPX lose their AD carry, but will trade it back and forth. Can they get the Baron afterwards? 40 seconds on Jachi. I think they can take this down with Cat on the Leandries, but they don't feel confident enough to do so. Not with JJ being down as well. FPX, I think they actually make a mistake there, trading AD carry for AD carry. JJ flashing away from the combo. Good reactions. Great damage onto Nycat. Use that ult to cleanse away the Skarner ultimate. Shockwave onto 2 is okay. See that Dre gets himself into good position to at least deny the initial follow-up engage 2. Leaves damage is absurdly strong. Just getting him into a position where he can actually clean up a team fight. Flashed away from the Nautilus hook there and missed that midway through the fight. Leave. Caught out midway through that dash too. Jway forcing the flash, then landing the hook there at the end for the kill. Great game here from Dre. That's fair. That's a fair play too. I said earlier, Care, perhaps player of the game. I think Jway is also in them with a very strong shot. It's between the two of them right now. If they were to win the game, of course. 3,000 going on 4,000 lead for FPX. Have that Attica with the extra XP, the extra gold as well. Not gold, the extra adaptive force. 4 items for Jachi now, but the same can be said of Leave, who's 1,000 gold ahead, has himself a QSS. That's important, gonna get himself out of. Skarner ultimate, the Renekton stun. Sheer, speaking of that, just hanging out in that brush. Should realistically now know that he can't deal with the Terry nearly as easily. I do think NIP have a route to victory here. You know, good enough shockwave, enough spaceport for Zeri. Zeri can do some unthinkable things. Hello, Sam. How's it going? FPX, despite being underdogs, took a dominant game 1. Really feels like Nio and Nycat have been struggling a little. "20 seconds now for FPX to get themselves a potential soul. NIP wanted to deny that, of course. NIP, it is all about whether Leave has a good fight. Flickback missing here. FPX has been good at setting up CC for the Talia combo coming through. Jirchik caught out a little bit. He's not going to be that tanky. Nycat, he's pretty tanky too on the other side. It's going to be a clean kill onto the Skarner. He's too far away from the rest of the team. Nio into the backline, as is the Ambassador. Sheer trying to do something against the Zeri and immediately pops. NIP, they find their fight. A quick pick onto JJ, who is too far away from the rest of his team. Cat will be able to get out to safety. A slick escape, not even the first one of this game for him, but it's a soul denied and Leave. Flexing the muscles. NIP will claim themselves a late game objective. And FPX bloodied from that fight. Gold lead back to even. Leave. Got that position to fight on JJ. Way too far from the rest of his team. Picked off easily. Baron will go down now. NIP claiming this one fairly easily. I think FPX potentially mark some kind of a comeback with Cat. Needs to be careful. Zeri jumping over the wall, actually. Well, there's no smite here. Anything potentially coming through the shockwave. Actually not getting that clean kill. Took it down to about 500 kill with the W afterwards. That's your smite, though. Shockwave into that W. Did enough. JJ caught out. A little too far from the rest of his team. Not tanky enough against the late game Zeri. Ults into the backline from top and jungle. Decent flick back from Cat. Cat's had a good game so far, but NIP do get themselves that late game. But Leave can start making the difference. An awesome combo escape out there from Cat. very surprised he made it out there alive, but there you go. I do wonder whether FPX have been outscaled now. I do think that the Orianna and the Zeri at this point do a lot more work than the Taliyah and the Corki. Well, that's not always true. The Taliyah can do. I think they're sometimes at parity, but 2,000 gold behind. Yeah, that one hurts a little bit more. The Renekton has certainly fallen off too. I think Sheer failed to use his early power some of the ways that we would have wanted to. And don't let that gold lead distract you, really. The Renekton is not going to be nearly as powerful as the Ambassador has been at this point. Top lane turret killed down. Shit. What about trade versus Naya here, actually? He does have flash. Might have to use it. And he's gone right into the enemy team. Naya is going to go down easily. Wukong down. Is there anything to take during this? Minute and a half until the next objective comes up, so no need for that smite, but it will hurt a little bit of that Baron push. Recalls coming in from NIP. Baron buff not going to be the game-ending tool they would have potentially wanted it to be. What's the jungler split pushing for? I was just thinking that, and I thought, how do I bring that point up in the right way? I should just pull it up. I was surprised he was alone on the top side there. Ends up dying for it. Especially against the Taliyah, you know? Taliyah's pretty good at it, you know? Killing people alone in side lanes. Walls into the lane. Kills him. Leaves. Gold graph is typical LPL. Pretty even in gold now, of course. Full build Zeri. Upgraded that Mercurial Scimitar. Jachi going towards the Last Whisper item last. I do wonder about the value of this collector, you know. It can be okay versus something like Derby or Leave, but I just don't see the value of it against most of the targets you're hitting. Especially later into the game where base armor becomes a bit more of a factor. Like, Zeri has base armor of 90. Oh, Collect has 12, what do we call it? 12 lethality. It's not bad in terms of some of the stuff you get from it, but would you prefer to have a Lord Dominus Regards or a Mortal Reminder just because of the percent armor pen? Teleport in towards the dragon in a minute's time. Early setup here, NIP. Now, if you set up too early, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble actually trying to defend that position there. And I kept trying to maybe minion tax onto Nymaera. Saw that the big one did some damage there, but lifesteal from Leave. This is a difference between someone, you know, like a late game Zeri and a late game Nymaera. Nymaera can struggle to regen through some of the fights in the same way. Some of the poke. Fighting over the mid-wave. Mid-wave being pushed means you can more easily get in towards the objective. It's the biggest thing. 20 seconds now. NIP holding on to this for a while. Been sat here for about, you know, a full 30 seconds or so. Sheer. Might walk into a... And we'll find solo kill on the side. Takes a lot of damage there. Again, the Ambassador does so much more damage as the game goes on. Base 30% pen and Omnivamp now from level 16. It's nasty stuff. Engage coming through from Nye onto... Shared. Nymaera, not sure this is the best angle, actually. That's a lot of damage being done onto the jungle support, actually, of NIP instead of the other way around. Ambassador not the best to engage either. The shotgun is okay. Sway trying to get some damage through. Leave, rushing forward. Purity at the damage, but he dies. Flashes forward into his death. Solo kill, trying to clean up on the other side. It's all on care for the DPS. How much damage can he do against Derby? I'm not sure. Solo kill has an Ambassador set of combos to go through. Has a redemption as well. Leave. Pretty much just throws himself into the abyss. I'm not exactly sure what he thought was going to happen there, but it's a 4 for 3 in favor of NIP. Their solo lane has survived. Can he get himself in towards the bottom side of the map? I don't know, perhaps not. Goes back. Can ult back onto the map. That's why he's ended up going back towards base. Giving up the Infernal Soul. Doesn't want to die and potentially give over another thing. Sadly, for so many times in this game, been the one to just see everything fall apart around him. Leave and solo kill quite separated from the start of this fight. Nycat trying to separate JJ away from the rest of his team. The Skarner not that tanky at the end of this. The Ambassador landing onto Jachi with flash available. Shockwave lands onto them too. See that Jachi, ooh, flash away there. Great reaction timing there from Sheer, by the way, to flash on towards Leave. Jachi still has flash here. No, he doesn't. Oh, he died. Sorry, no, that's my bad. Didn't have that flash towards the end of that. See how much more value the Ambessa brings in the late in terms of actual DPS threat. Not bad there from Shift. 4 Infernal Dragons stacked up for NIP with their Infernal Soul. We are going hyper late game, and well, now you got to imagine NIP have the huge advantage. It was an advantage before, because I think the Zeri's better than the Corki in the late game, as is the Ambessa over the Renekton. Baron now a likely starting option from NIP. No flash from Sheer to close down Leave. I think flash for flash. Often the Renekton can come out the best of that, catching you off guard, but with no flash, Renekton really struggles. Death cap completed for Cap. No magic pen, which can be a bit of a problem into the late game, but Death cap is Death cap. Full build in from Jachi, but it's just not the same as a full build onto the Zeri. Nycat, no flash himself. JJ struggling as this game goes on, actually. He's been separated away from his team, and the Orianna and the Zeri have been gunning through him very effectively. It's quite hard to play the Skarner in this late game. You are really the one tank on your team. Flip back, not landing. Celestial opposition doing some work there. Solo kill, angling from the ult onto the side. If you can catch out Care, that's huge. You have to find them out there. Can they get forward to Jeja? Very, very low already. The Baron's going to go down. Shockwave has gone onto Jeja, and immediately the Skarner's gone down. Nycat low HP, but that's not the problem. Where is the Zeri? Where is everyone else? A good W coming in from Leave, who obliterates the backline with a lightning crash. And this the W as well. The extendo beam going through them. Baron through at 4 kills. Care will once again try and escape, trying to kill off the wave, but I just don't think it's enough this time. Care will teleport back to the base. But FPX, they sadly do have a Care in the world, but they don't have any other teammates for him. NIP will march forwards with Baron buff with Infernal Soul, and I think FPX, this time the late game goes against them. NIP walking forwards. Will they end the game here? Perhaps not. 10 seconds on JJ. Only a handful on Jue as well. The game will go on, but NIP have themselves Baron buff for another 2 minutes. They'll have themselves the Infernal Soul for the rest of the game. 3 minutes now until Elder. Perhaps that will be what it really needs to finish the game, but 2 minutes left on Baron. And imagine NIP doing it in that time span as well. Nio got over that wall, and Care, not bad play onto... does he burn him down with Leandries? Oh, yes he does, just about. That's where that kill came in from. Very close to the Honey Fruit, solving that problem. Very, very close indeed. You can really just see the scaling opportunities here from NIP being taken full advantage of. 10, 4, and 11 on the Zeri. Started with a Cull, the 2v2 was a little bit weak, and then... the 2 early kills around that first dragon of the game. Was the first one? It was. Allowed Leave to play from a little bit of a better standpoint. FPX not really able to play around the early Renekton power point either, actually. I think Sheer probably kicking himself and not able to impact the Herald fight, the Atakan fight quite as well either. Actually, no, the Atakan fight was fine. There was one just before that, which was a bit of a problem. Had a 2,000 gold, but you couldn't quite capitalize on it. NIP. Their carry is doing great work in this series so far. Leave and Durnby. Even in the first game, doing great work on the Rise and on the Civet. Looking forward to Care, trying to wall people off. Flash forward onto the Talia. Can they take him down? Care has been such a stalwart. But this time, he's just another meal on the table. NIP, a shockwave through. Damage everywhere. And the Renekton cannot answer. We'll have a Guardian Angel. But I think he'll be departing back towards the pearly gates afterwards. This does manage to get one back on towards the Alistair, but that is not really going to save the game. FPX drawn into an even series, 1-1. NIP slap back. And will give us at least 4 games today. Back to even. NIP. Take game 2. Okay, let's do all of our regular spiel. Hello everyone, how's it going? My name's Nymaera and I'm feeling a little bit ropey today. The voice is a little bit all over the place, but thank you for sitting and enjoying this anyway. Our first playoff series, technically it's our play-in series. Thank you for spamming out our stuff there in chat there as well. If you'd like to support us, because this is an unpaid stream, the way you can support us is by supporting us on League Mastery and by Ko-fi as well. Also liking, commenting, subscribing, and just watching helps an awful lot. Appreciate there as well. The subscription there as well. I appreciate this. We'll be taking a bit of a break here. I gotta go rest my voice really. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee. I'm gonna leave you with the highlights, and I'm gonna gonna get into the rest of the games of this series. A little bit of out of it today. So a little bit of out of it today. Yeah, well, that says enough, doesn't it? See you quickly after this break. I just realised my mic was off during that. Hello everyone, I was just saying I was feeling a little bit off, but I'm going to be doing some horse game in the break. Wait, Sam's a floor manager? It does help that they have like the association for you on the stream, you know, like so you're a known face, which helps.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
红冠战马。更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥峰电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。奥峰 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥峰 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
Hello, I'm back. I keep forgetting that I mute my mic. I keep forgetting it. Twin Turbo. What's your thing? I'm not afraid. Energy 20 for the bottom one, or... Hello, hello. Out of the 4 plans, this might be the most even, I think. I thought it was going to be the most one-sided to group Nirvana. I think that, yeah, I mean, I thought that... Which one was the other one, which is pretty close? I think WEDG might be closer than people think. Xiaohao's actually really good. He's actually very good. It's not too bad. I mean, there's every chance that W just smash EDG, actually, but, God, WEDG is actually such a fun one in terms of fan bases. This is focus, I think. I know, this might be a cam off stream, folks. I'm not feeling, like, fantastic. Of course, I got some bug bites on my forehead, which are making me feel less good. 40%? Fuck it, we take those. We do not take those. Oh, Jesus Christ! Okay, that's really bad. Okay, we get back to normal. That's okay. That could be worse. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I do this to myself? You know. Feel free to take a sick day. Well, yes and no. I mean, you're not wrong, but also, like, I don't want to take too many because then the algorithm starts, yeah. I do wonder how WE will do in a best of 5. That was a problem that we had earlier in the year, right? It's actually how do they do in best of 5s? They might do better at the end of playoffs, but I don't think that has completely absolved them of worry for them, right? In terms of the best ofs. Okay, at least we fucking won that one. No, but realistically, these are important games. I don't want to miss them if I can help it. Xiaohao does feel like someone Monkey can out jungle. Yes, but I think that on the other side of it, I think that Monkey is someone I think that Xiaohao can out jungle too. You know, I don't think it's unfair to say that. Ooh, 2 on friendship. I was actually thinking about going for the other one. Weirdly. This is a mood up, that's good. Cube and ZDZ feel even. I think Cube is pretty outmatched by ZDZ. I don't know, I think that Cube is in a bit of trouble in that matchup, not gonna lie. This outfit is just, it's giving inherited from grandma in a bad way, sadly. Ooh. I say that, don't let my grandma hear that. My grandma's actually very fashionable. We don't run in the first part of December, we do run in the last part of December because there's a G1 that we definitely want to run. Spring Run is not actually that useful. This is okay. Both these are okay, actually. Don't really want either of them. These are all long things, but we don't necessarily want to do them yet. We'll actually go for home stretch haste right now. We'll actually go for both these right now. Fuck it. And we'll run one more race before we go into it. I think ZDZ is low-key legit, although maybe he just got better PR off of Nirvana Gaming. Xiaohao and ZDZ have been better than people have thought for a little while. I don't think they're like top-tier LPL, but I mean, particularly when ZDZ and Xiaohao went to Weibo in the first place, obviously they weren't quite at that level which they were looking for, because they were obviously replacing, like, who was it at that point? Was that Weiwei and the Shy at that point? But I think they're not bad. into the draft. We'll keep this up in the top corner until it's done. Into the game we go. FPX NIP into an even series now. Senna banned away from Leave. Leave is one of the best stackers of Senna in the world. I think he reached a world record pretty much, actually. With that, getting something like, I don't know, 100 or something in a very short amount of time. Guy's kind of crazy. Just need to make sure this is over. First, Absolute Cinema is over. That's all good. Cool. Right, first pick. What's left up and available? We have stuff like Aurora, which I think gains more importance now. On the whole. And that will be that first pick. Aurora's a decent, you know, answer into tank top lanes as well, if the Trundle is gone, which it is. Sometimes you might want to lock in something like that Scion or the Ornn. The Aurora can do quite well into either of those matchups. DMB's Victor is very good, and I think actually his Orianna last game was also very, very good too, thinking about it. His shockwaves were largely quite impactful. Not picked off easily. Him and Leave, I think, have been the better carries compared to Care and Jackie, despite Care's great escapes. I think that DMB has been providing more value. Close between those two, actually. Scion is locked in. Now I wonder whether the Aurora goes top lane. I do wonder. Get it away from the Victor matchup. Sejuani locked in for JJ. And the Yone gets locked in. So now, yeah, I think that the Yone goes mid lane. I think the Aurora goes top lane. And I think you play around the Sejuani. Bashing people around the head. I suppose it could also be the Yone top lane too. But I think it should be Aurora top lane. It feels like a better matchup into the tanks. I don't think you should lock in Jarvan here. I think Jarvan's quite poor into double mobile solo laners and a tank jungler. Jhin locked in for Leave, and Leave is a very good Jhin. He's a very good Jhin. Very long range backline now, with a Scion to stand behind. Pretty powerful combo actually, that. Kalista banned away from Jackie. What do they do to even lane against Jhin now? Jin's quite the powerful laner. No Yunara, no Varus, no Corki, no Sivir. All of these are strong laning champions. Just make you wonder a little bit. Kai'Sa could be okay. Good with the Yone Sejuani dive. Can get onto those long-range carries as well, and that's why they banned the Kai'Sa. Makes sense. Leona banned away from Nightcap. No Nautilus either, no Alistar. Could ban Braum, I suppose. But you might also look for that as well. You might look for a Lucian here, Jackie. Lucian might be your pick here. Thinking about it. Banning away the Poppy, probably with that in mind, actually. Playing Lucian into Poppy can be a bit annoying. Yeah, I think you're looking for that. Viego locked in, interestingly, for Nio. We did say, well, you know, can't really play the Jarvan into it. Actually, now thinking about what he wants to pick towards, like the Ezreal might not be awful either. I don't even mind the idea of a Caitlyn, actually. Caitlyn Braum could be useful. You can go towards the Braum regardless of your bot lane because you have the Sejuani and the Yone for the engage. You don't need engage from support. You lock in that Lucian. I don't think you need a Thresh. I think Braum's the play here, honestly. I think Braum's the play. Every support player loves themselves a Thresh, but let's be honest, Braum is the better pick here. I know you're hovering it. I know you're hovering it, but let's lock in the easy one. Shui Braum, easy lock in. And Nightcat needs to think about what he's going to go in towards. That Shui, the Karma is very good for lane value, but, you know, still even then, you know, the Lucian Braum occasionally have kill angles if you get caught by a bad enough Q. You often go heal barrier on the Braum Lucian, which allows you to get multiple vigilance procs very early into the game in all ins. Renata is, I think, look, Renata is still lane dominant, but it gives you better anti-engage. I think that's better here, because the Karma would hurt lane more. It would win lane harder, probably. But the Renata is way better later into the game. So FPX, I think that they have, aggressive options. I think they have a ton of mobility. But if you misstep, Viego resets are a pain. NIP, not the best ability to force fights, I will say. I think their laning phases are okay here. I think that the Victor's pretty good versus the Yone. I think that Jhin Renata can be okay. So I think they'll have a slight winning matchup versus the Lucian Braum, although if they mess up, of course, things go south fairly quickly. I think FPX have the easier to play composition, though, honestly, in my mind. Much easier for them to start fights. Yes, on the other side, you have the easy to play around Viego reset, but where's the big engage button? Not really there. You have a Scion in there, but I think Scion's actually a little bit vulnerable at points too. Let's get ourselves into that third game of the series. Oh my god, it's my own skin. Wait, there's two of my own skin. I was blonde once too. Wait, Viego Victor, Jesus.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。 全军出击
Standard 5-man fan at the start of the game. Wards put down onto each other's raptors, not unsurprising either. Jhin Renata, I assume the Renata is mostly for Viego resets. Definitely helps having the bailout for Viego resets, absolutely, you're not wrong. However, I also think just Renata is good in lane versus the Braum because you can handshake him away, you can poke with the loyalty program and whatever. You're a ranged champion at the end of the day versus a melee, so Braum often hates that. And then you're dealing with, you know, multiple divers on the other side. Braum passive coming through though. Yeah, as you're saying, still Lucian Braum. Well, you might be okay versus in lane versus them to good, and I think they will have a winning lane, and they're getting the push here. You need to be careful. Especially with the... Hang on a second. This is one thing, by the way. Jachin, hang on. Heal throwing forwards. Level 2 not hit just yet, but they're using it to get a great trade here. Walking beyond the wave, and now they can get level 2 off of that. W missing from leave. Predicting a dash coming in from Jashi. Which never came. Didn't have that dash level. Wait, did he have that dash level 1? I guess he did. Maybe not. No, it's Q start, isn't it? In that case, don't know why he did it. Don't know why he did it. Level 2 will be hit by Jashi. Joy under the tower. Hey, Solly, good to see you. Most of the Nirvana top laners are elo held. Zuka, ZDZ, solo kill, Jing, and will do better. Cat, we'll see if we can do better than this mid lane here. Stun's not going to land. Cat has that Q3 stacked up. Safely gets out. Does he lose any farm for this? Perhaps 1 or 2. Doomby not at level 3 just yet. Gets a quick Q reset there. Nice. Gets the E on target as well. One of the big things about Victor's laning phase, you want to be very slick with those Q insta autos. Kind of like Riven combos, actually. Handshake going into the W. Ah, by the way, something interesting you might not have noticed here. Leave also has a spellbook on the Jhin. Leave is one of our real scientists in the bot lane. I still have not seen this ever on a Jhin. This is the first time I've ever seen Spellbook Jhin. I don't know what to say, folks. Well, it's not a fleet footwork. It's not a Dark Harvest. I suppose Jhin has not really had a great Keystone rune for a while, and Spellbook is very strong. I'm very surprised at this, though. Now coming down towards bot side. Cleanse available for Jatchi. That's going to be a bailout under the turret. Will still end up being a 1-for-1. 80 carry for support dying. Now that's a problem. Nio using the Lucian passive and the soul to kill under the turret. Nio walking away with 2 kills on the Viego. NIP early lead. Yeah, folks, let me know if you've ever seen a Spellbook Jhin before, because I have not. This is new. This is interesting. Potential dive in mid lane. Doomby does have flash. There is a potential bailout coming through here as well. Oh, it's a disaster! Disaster! The dive fails. Jejo will die under mid lane turret. Doomby will not die. He'll blow a flash. Nightcat coming into the rescue. Kill goes to that Renata as well in that play. Teleport back in from Doomby. And NFA FPX, their early game, going against them heavily now. I gotta go check out what the hell is happening with this Jhin, because I have not seen this, I tell you. Jhin build. Let me see if there's anything else. Has anyone been building? Just let me look through any of these one-tricks across the world. I see some Comet. Like one game of Comet. Has anyone built this? I don't think I've seen this ever, folks. TPM. Whoa, let's have a look-see. Have I ever seen a Spellbook Jhin? Matchups. Summoner spells. That ain't it. What are your runes, buddy? I gotta find out those runes. Fighting the topside jungle. Gonna have to look away from that a bit because the Jhin Braum starting to get some value, and the Viego got 2 early kills. Well, now found their first death of the game. The hands of the Lucian. Exercised a little. Easily killed. I see absolutely nothing about Spellbook on this champion. None at all. Well, that's something new for all of us, isn't it? I thought Spellbox Scion was a thing in hard lanes you can't trade Graspin. Now the thing is, it is. You're not wrong, but the thing about 80 carries and the like is that you've almost always gone towards, you know, something that helps you through lane, like Grasp occasionally we saw, right? And then of course the fleet footwork, or of course the most common thing is your most optimal damage, right? Later on into the game. The thing for Jhin is that if you're already winning a lane because you have a Renata in it, you don't need something like Fleet. And damage for Jhin is not that fantastic from stuff like Fleet Footwork or Concrete. You don't really stack either of them that quickly or benefit that much from them. So I suppose Spellbook being just the generic strongest rune in the game right now. God, how strong is this? How strong is this rune if Jhin is building it? Crazy. Dragon started. Sejuani actually pretty good at killing objectives as someone roams over to help her kill it. Shear's going to walk into the spot side, and he's going to walk straight into a Scion Q. Armor Shred's going to come through from that. W will pop out. They could trade there from Solar Kill, even though the Electrocute comes back the other way. Shear, of course, building towards the burn item on the Aurora. Great thing about stuff like Riftmaker and Leandra is that it does base all your base damage. It does buff all of your base damages by the time that the damage amp is completed on it. Jeju also has Spellbook too, of course. But yes, it does mean that your percent max HP damage from your Aurora passive kind of goes wild, actually. Slight gold lead to NIP, all things said and done. Craziest jumping towards Stibby does not have flash, and he won't have much HP after this either. Ooh, I say that. They really want to give it to Care, and he'll be able to get it. Durnbeat goes down. Care gets himself kill on the Yone, a champion which he's had a lot of value on. The shield, hang on, that's a problem now. The ult missing though from Nio. That's a problem. Has to flash away over the other side of the wall now. See coming back, and it is a mess. Care CC down by a Viego W over the wall into the Jin W from orbit. And he'll go down to Nio, not able to get the clean kill, but somehow gets himself something after that either way. Jue escapes, somehow ends up getting killed. Grub's now very likely going to the side of NIP, no contest from JJ. By the way, Jin is 36 games and 28% win rate in LPL display. Any idea what happened there? Well. That's interesting. Because Jin was very strong earlier in the year. I think one of the problems with Jin is that he likes to play through lane dominance, and with lane swaps coming through to avoid a lot of the rest of his lane, I think that's less strong from him now. Actually taking a lead and running with it is much harder. And I think on the whole, Jin also needs good objective setup too. Now, LPL's not been fantastic at that on the whole. Playing around objectives, using that to get in towards pick attempts. Though that being said, Jin's normally a very good skirmisher, which is typically the LPL's bread and butter. I suppose it depends on who's playing it as well. Exactly, Amber. Stuff like counterpick. Although Jin is normally a fine blind pick, you tend to use Jin to get a good counterpick elsewhere, because Jin is happy to be blind picked in many situations. It's like a budget Varus, really, in the current meta. Strong laning phase. Good range. Sometimes you see Jin used to, quote-unquote, counter Varus. It's not really true. You counter-pick Jin into the Varus to say, well, I'm going to have a slightly less good version of yourself, but I can use this to get another power pick elsewhere. And people were happy taking Jin into Varus earlier in the year. Less now. Less now. Is this playoffs? Yes, it is. Well, the play-ins to playoffs. Loser of this, ends their year. The loser of this series, their year is over. Winner of this goes up into the first round of playoffs. The way this works is we have 4 matchups coming up in the next 4 days, including this one, which are FPX versus NIP, WE versus EDG, Weibo versus Ultra Prime, then JDG versus LGD. And the winners of those go up to face the other 4 teams that were from Group Ascend. We have a dive on the top side. Stopped by the Braum shield, though. That will definitely help. Challenge cleanse coming in from JJ, and that's a really good Braum on the back. Doomby, I think he's gone too far. Does have flash, and I just don't think it's going to see him to safety. Care comes in as well. Braum passive over the wall, trying to get the kill. They have the bailout running on him, and the W doesn't quite kill. Oh my god, that's single-digit HP. Surely Nio makes it out alive. Doomby sadly cannot say the same. Failed dive from NIP. Good response from FPX. So close. Chachi jumping forwards there. Gets the good move speed down. No culling to kill. Nymaera skin dip. Exactly. Using the King Viego skin. It's basically just me, right? Haha. Oh my god, it's totally me. 1,000 gold lead from Nia, by the way. Okay, jumping forwards. We'll get himself a plate off for that. So, Nightcat tries to get the sneaky ult over here. It's just too slow, isn't it? If you're going to do that, you have to, I guess, flash. But even then, you're preying on bad reaction timer. How much HP does he land to? That's the question we want to know. A lot of damage coming through onto him. Oh, so close on that. 285. Flash forward for a Braum Q and everything else. 54. Oh my god, 6 HP. 6 HP and a dream. Holy moly. Lucian will try and exercise the demon one other time later into the game, I suppose. Jesus Christ. But yes, so the winners of these next 4 series will then be chosen by the teams in playoffs. First seed Top Esports will get first choice. Second seed IG will get second choice. Third seed BLG will get third choice. And fourth seed AL will get the remaining team without a choice available. But the winners of the series will get placed into the bracket like that. Dragon started by NIP. Jue gets the Braum passive down onto solo kill. Has to flash away, actually. Doesn't want to ult backwards. Flashes instead. Wants the ultimate for the combat value. Charges at the Q. Doomby trying to get something into that side there. Jumping forwards is Care. Dragon secured. For an auto ult, not that valuable. That Aurora ultimate, though, I don't think it's very impactful. And it'll be dunked down into the grave. Back into the rabbit hole you go. 2 dead. NIP, a good defense of FPX's poorly thought out flank. FPX slow to the objective, bad on the fight. NIP get themselves 2 quick kills. JJ jumping forwards with an ult. Has a Mikhail's on the other side. Knockout already. Did they check that one out? All right. Care jumping forwards, but hang on a sec, going for a little bit further forwards than I thought he would do. Braum passive, procs in. They have the Sejuani melee synergy as well. It's not bad there. Flash away. See that Care really understood the value of that Braum and the Sejuani he can bring to both of them. Quick auto attacks. FPX get themselves 1 kill back and a flash away from Nio. This is the play again. Care didn't pull the ult here, interesting. He didn't have it, actually. Tried to stack up those auto attacks. A really poor flank from the Aurora. It's not well timed. Does not use that ultimate to have any really escape angles either. Really got to praise Nio's ability to escape on this Viego, by the way. 4-1. Would have thought it'd be like 4-3 at this point, really. Not able to do so. FPX not able to get those kills, rather, I suppose. Jin at first item collector. Jachi getting towards his second item. Likely to be that Flicker Blades. Leandri is coming in from Sheer now. He was a little ahead of Solo Kill, but I think Solo Kill cares too much. And by the way, we were talking about potential spellbook earlier from Solo. Oh my god, holy crap, folks. Holy crap, I'm just random accents going on. I'm not even under my own control there. We could have 4 smites to the objectives from NIP alone. Leave, Nymaera, and Solo Kill could all get smites. We could legitimately get a quad smite on an objective. That's ridiculous. I can't believe it, man. That should be so funny. If we actually see that, that will be one of my favorite clips of all time. Has Leave even used his keystone yet? I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure. There's the cookies in there, so you assume he has it. Okay, just checking if someone's defending bot side. Herald will be taken by FPX. Our first turret will give Feats a strength. Next objective would have given it either, but I think NIP will just take this. They have 3 grubs. They'll easily take this in the single wave. So FPX not able to get the Feats of strength in this game. NIP will claim it instead. I really don't like the fact that Nia's going towards the Collector, by the way. I think Collector is a highly overrated item on Viego. It's a feel-good item, but doesn't actually bring you that much value. I know many people play Devil's Advocate, but just Collector is not good beyond the first item a lot of the time, mathematically. Yeah, but everyone keep an eye on Leave's summoners, by the way. He does have Spellbook. I mean, you see it on that bottom left hotbar there. It's definitely there. Yeah, actually banning, not banning away. Blocking out a little bit of damage on the minions there. Stops a little bit of wave kick. Doomby going towards the Rod of Ages Victor. I saw some people say, oh man, Rod of Ages Victor is so low damage. I think people don't understand how much damage Victor does even with Rod of Ages. It's like, oh, it's a vegan build. Rod of Ages Victor does tons of damage still. Now, it's a bit vegan if you go towards Riftmaker later, I will say. That one actually does a little less damage. But you go towards the Andries and stuff like Bloodletters or Void Staff or whatever, you feel really fine about that. Ghost pop by Nymaera. See, that's how you use a spellbook Leave. Huh. Dragon in a minute. Herald, not Herald, Atakan in 3. Herald in the inventory at FPX, so they can use that before the next dragon setup. First time in the series we've not seen... Wait, is this the first time in the series we've not seen 2 dragons go one side? Leave, my dude, you should probably be using your spellbook now, because it does give you some value the more you use it. No, has the Collector now. Does give him the crit. But again, just folks, by the way, if you are a Viego player, honestly, Lord Dominus Regards and Mortal Reminder is just a better item than Collector. You get less AD, but the percentage armor pen is so much more valuable than the 12 lethality that Collector gives you. It's not even that much. Like if you want to get the lethality, just go with Dirk. The Dirk is actually fine if you care about that. I think you don't get the completion of Collector gives you so little. Dragon spawning now. FPX are at the objective first this time, which wasn't the case before. NIP do have Viego E and stuff like Jin W's to play the entry to the pit. And forwards from Nia. Does that WQ poke combo? Oh, hang on, that's a problem. Good Mikhails, but down that's a lot of CC. Can't quite get the kill. But that's so much damage on the Viego. That's Dragon fight over. FPX will quickly take that, and NIP will need to find an option elsewhere. We did say, well, you got some ability to walk into the river with the Viego E. Not that much. Lucian stands and fights. Brawn passive brings huge kill threat. Doomby has also said on stream that he doesn't think Victor can fight without getting one shot without Roa. Personally, he's not a fan of most of the Torch Luden's builds. I think I completely agree, because, look, if Rod of Ages allows you to get through another, like, 2, rotations or whatever, of course it's more valuable. Shit, being corralled into the E part 2 there from Doomby. Leave, my dude. Are you ever going to get more summoners? I guess he's afraid of something like the cleanse being threatened, but surely you could use it for a teleport early or something like that, right? Yeah, you do really want to be using it on cooldown, because it gives you better summoner accessibility later into the game. And if he, well, I mean, if he's not using the spellbook, what else would he use? I mean, what are the others you get on that tree, right? You get First Strike, which is kind of meh, I suppose, but it's okay, it's some base value. Or Glacial, which, a little bit, I suppose, with a W and E. Herald into mid lane, FPX will take that turret easily. No way to stop that charge now. Celica was potentially angling for an ult round the back of the mid lane. IO. It's a little safely hit. Heartstone, Heartsteel. Heartstone. Ultimate coming through. Flash away from Dwayne. NIP. Oh, they were going to get Brawn passive and a little bit threatened there again. Not to be the case. So quick some knock up there onto Jirje. Sheer missing the shotgun there from the Aurora. Very taking a bit of damage there too. W lands from the Jhin. Care pushing the bot lane while this is happening. Of course, they don't have grubs, but, you know, Yone's still Yone. Hits tower as well. Which team is the on-paper favorite? Well, it's the worst team of group Ascend versus the best of Nirvana. I would have thought that NIP were the favorites, but based off of the first couple of games, I think they're actually quite even. Perhaps FPX actually a tad better at points. See, because Nio and Niket have struggled a little. Atacon has started. Doomby doesn't have teleport. Doomby doesn't have teleport. They'll have to fight this without the Victor. Redemption coming in for a little bit of healing. Is there going to be... I mean, how many smites do you want to bring in? Leave has a spellbook smite. Can they bring it in from anything? How many smites do they have to use? They won't be able to get it. It's secured by FPX and all the spellbooks in the world. You can bring a spell library, but they won't have a smite that'll hit that objective. FPX will claim the Atacon. It'll take solo kill because Doomby was on the other side of the map without a teleport. NIP cannot find themselves the landing of that objective. FPX will take an objective, take a kill, take a tower, take control of this part of the game. Leave wasn't in range for the smite though, it's worth noting. But I do find it very funny how Solo Kill, Nio, Leave, and Nycat could all potentially get themselves smites for that objective, because they all have spellbooks. I find it interesting, by the way. I think Jachi's ended up maxing his W second, using instead the Flicker Blades and his own E passive to keep the cooldown low. I mean, Solo Kill walks up, and I guess everyone tries to smite to a certain extent. Solo Kill walks up, fail flashes, not really sure where he's going with that. It's a very flat wall to flash. Poor contest from them. Infinity Edge now from Leave. He has the highest damage Jhin build, really. Collector into Infinity Edge. Shield Bowen from Care makes it a little harder for NIP to turn things around onto the Yone as they dive in as well. Yeah, I don't know, Leave. I mean, I actually, you know, the more I think about it, the more I really... Hang on a second, shotgun land. Are we going to land there? No. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I don't mind Spellbook on Jhin. Theoretically, right? I mean, Jhin doesn't use Keystones that well. One of the biggest problems about the Keystone era was, well, you used to have stuff like Deathfire Touch or even like Warlord's Bloodlust was fine from Jhin because you get the auto crits, right? Stuff like that. There was some, you know, there was some pretty good utility. Jhin has not really found a common rune to use that much. And he's just settled on Fleet Footwork, really, which has been such a heavily nerfed rune over time. Jin's foot Keystone is not that set in stone. I say that, you know. So something like the Spellbook, I don't mind it all in all, actually. I mean, it's a very strong rune right now. It's not like Jhin needs another one, right? Given that most of them are quite weak on him. Rasputin went. I think I did see some of that top lane, actually. Dragon is spawning now. Would be third for FPX, second for NIP. NIP first to the river. Viego uses E towards the bottom of it. The poke from NIP, the Victor E's quite powerful right now. Perhaps they will bring them to Victor E. Victory. Close. Wait, walking forwards, trying to find an angle for the Glacial Fissure. A little bit lower HP. Solo kill holding things close. NIP going to take the Dragon. Not a great amount of follow-up from FPX in this play. Signal's not bad. Double knock-up onto the front line. So the Aurora ultimate gets a ton of damage in return. NIP, they have some damage coming through from the gym, but it's not nearly enough, and there's no reset. They don't get to play around the reset. 2 kills very quickly, and I do wonder whether FPX can use this to push in towards topside. Sadly for FPX, there is no Baron to take immediately after this. I think that would have been the angle if it were the case. They'll push in towards top lane outer, mid lane inner, and try and get some tower gold. They'll try and tank up a little bit with that, you know, 1 minion here. Take about a third of the HP off of that. Now, hang on a second. I actually wonder if Nia could have got for a kill on Dredre that. So it's going to be a topside invade. Top tower killed. Red buff steal. FPX not getting the most out of that, but they'll still get a 1 fight. Still get some gold and some control, vision control. How much value and gold have they got from Petals? That's a very good point. That's a huge point. Well, it's 41 to 7, and the Atacon gives you 25% extra bonus on them. Typically, I think Petals give you about 1,000 gold of stats per 10. When you have the Atacon with an extra 25% value onto that, you add that onto it too. So they currently have, well, they're about 35 over NIP. You won't just do that for ease of access, right? 1250 per one, so that's 3750 from the first. Add another, what is it? 725 on there. Yeah, I call it about 4,500 stats, you know? 4,500 gold worth of stats between XP and the actual adaptive source. Pretty insane. Is this game a draft diff? Viego reset's looking rough. I think NIP don't have the best ways to start fights. I think that the Braum Lucian has done a lot more value than NIP were prepared for. And I think that the Yone combination with the Sejuani Braum as well. The inter-synergies that they have between different members is really, really good. I mean, you've got Sejuani Yone, you've got Sejuani Braum, you've got Yone Braum, you have Lucian Braum, and then you have Sejuani Braum as well. Like, all of those combos... Of course, the Aurora is a bit of the odd one out, but at least they're there to counter the Scion and be an annoyance in the sideline, right? FPX have a very synergistic comp between different duos that they have. NIP, they were hoping that, well, they have 2 long-range backlines, they have the Renata ultimate, and they can disengage well for them behind a strong front line. It's not really been the case so far. They've had some good moments, and again, the actual gold is not crazy, but FPX, they've been getting a little bit better at this game. I do wonder what happens if FPX do fail engage one time, and then the Renata Victor turns thing around. The Zornite power. Bring it to bear. Baron started now. Dredre on the other side of it. Any spellbook smokes to bring to this one? No, not right now. Ignite dropped onto Nymaera. They're going back towards his first time in a set. Cat jumping out of the pit and gets a pretty good ultimate. Hops over the Renata ultimate too. Sheer going in. Gets a little bit of damage. The bailout's come down. Nine's going to go down. No smite. 2 kills down. FPX. Clean objective take. NIP. Well, he walked into that one and they couldn't quite get themselves engaged they wanted. 3 dead. 4th soon to follow if Doombeat cannot survive. He does have flash. Likely to live, I suppose, with that. So it'll be 3 Baron and NIP walking home with tails between their legs. No worries, Monserrati. No worries. Yeah, it's about 1,000 gold per 10, but then Atacon buffs up the amount that you have as well. Inner turret going to fall in the top lane and in the mid lane, which they took a chunk off of earlier as well. NIP don't have themselves a soul point, and real credit to FPX. I think that they've team fought pretty well here. I think that their objective setup has been largely very good. And I think on the whole, Kerr has had a great game here. I think, you know what? I think Kerr's had a good series, just in general. I think his Talia was pretty damn good. Jumped over the Renata ultimate, got right onto the backline, and then Sheer follows up for the last bit of damage. Jungler in no position to fight beyond that point, even with the bailout. And, you know, I think Doombeat and Leave have been very good this series themselves. They have been. But NIP, I think they've been worse in jungle support. I think Solo Kills had a very quiet series. He was actually very good across the split, mostly for NIP. Not here. This series has been a struggle for him. I suppose you could look at the Ambessa from last game. A brighter spark from him. But this game, in the first Didn't really feel like there was much to be said from solo kill. Quite quiet. And a reminder, folks, the loser of this series, their year ends here. Durnby against the team which he won his world title on back in 2019. NIP, a team which has promised lots, made lots of changes in this year. Ults under the turret from both sides. The redemption coming out actually is... Was that a... Hang on, I thought... Nightcat was the one that did that. I saw a green on it, so I thought, okay, well... Red is red side, green is blue side, so typically that's the way to signify them. I thought it was a green one. Weird. Joyce is still still off cooldown. That should be fine. Should be... No, wasn't. Blech. Whatever. Okay. Walk up, hitting this turret. Tons of damage in there with the Infinity Edge, giving him a bunch of AD. Dragon will fall. FPX will quickly take that one. 5,000 power play from the Baron. A little over that now, actually, with the inhibitor going down, the inhibitor turret in mid lane going down. They can take the bot lane. This should be a 6k, actually, if they can get this away with that. Sheer caught out there by a W. And Dway will die for the sins of Sheer. Caught out by a Jin W. 20 seconds left now on the Baron. And the Baron power play will likely end with just that. FPX walk away much richer. Not ending the game, but in a good start, good position for it. You died an honorable death, Dre. Sometimes that is the Braum's lot in life. Stand behind Braum. I don't have the bass for Braum's voice. Stand behind Braum. Doing better. I have to push for it though. It's not very natural. Playing D&D with a guy right now that has just the most range in a voice, which I've heard in quite a while. We could do a Braum. Very deep voice. JJ already used that Q. This could be a bit of a trouble here, actually. But Care gets the ult. There's no resets anymore because the Viego's dead. The King Depose, Regicide, as we used to play in Halo back in the day. Nightcat goes down as well. In NIP, they are ninjas in sunlight, really, rather than pajamas this time. Exposed by the daylights. FPX, much more controlled. Care on his Yone, champion which he's found great success with before. A major carry of this game. That Yone, pivotal in the way that they played out the game. Care, a player which has so hard to really pin down his legacy. Care is one of the few players in the LPL, I think, who can genuinely, at his best, perform with the best players in the league. But so often he crumbles before that's the case, and his low moments are arguably, they outweigh his best, despite how high his highs are. His lows are so catastrophic, you often have to keep that in account. It's been a better series from him today. He's, yeah, and despite the loss even on the Talia, one of the better players on the Rift. Jachi pulling over the wall. Nasty stuff from him. Jachi, 4 items going on 5 for the full build. Lucian coming up soon. Leave. Not been able to impact this game that much. I do feel bad for Leave. I think Leave's been playing well, but I don't think the platform he's been given has been worthy of the performance that he's been putting out this game. You know, he is deathless. He has actually landed some important W's to catch out, say, you know, Sheer, which led to the death of Dway in that bot side. I don't think this game is Leaf's fault. Jumping forwards, Durnby does have flash. Not bad from solo kill as a response. Dre, he might be dying for someone else's mistake. Again, Renato is better this time. Getting some damage onto Care, but the culling is strong. 1 for 1 so far, Care. Shield bow. Bloody hell. Wouldn't have been enough to save him at that last bit, actually. Leave. Good accuracy. Threatening Care. 1 for 1 is not bad given the state of the game that NIP find themselves in. Defending their base, but it does feel like it is a battle of attrition, which they are slowly losing. It's the I've been reliving my ODST days, one of my very famous favorite games. That is my favorite game is Combat Evolved, but the opening text crawl for my Halo ODST here is 2552. Humanity has been at war with an alien race for 30 years. We are losing. FPX, the ones which have always been faster in this play, and they bring more members to the field of battle. NIP, well, might need themselves a bit of some Spartan heroics to break themselves out of this conflict. NIP feet first into hell, perhaps into the Baron pit. Can they find themselves a Miracle Steel? They have plenty of spell books, but I don't know if they've got enough smites to go with it. They haven't picked them out of this one. And a jump out of the pit. Nightcat dunked down on. Back to the Baron. Barely a distraction. A kill. A Baron. Flash forward for a Glacial Fissure. Prison. And Nio will hit the ground as well. Glacial Fissure? What do you mean a fissure? What? Words. Words, I tell you. Doomby escaping the culling, but only just. Jeje might be able to jump forwards onto him from one world champion to another. Doomby will escape, actually. Jeje only just delaying the back lead, trying to get some damage onto him. Credit to him. Not bad there, actually. EDG logo onto him. Flicking forwards the team, which he used to be a part of too. Jeje won worlds with him, leave much less than that. The Nexus exposed, sheer jumping forwards. Then FPX will find themselves at a 2-1 advantage in the series. FPX 2-1 up. The lowest seed from Group Ascend. Don't know if a hell of a good set of performances here, though. I'm just going to change over to the scene just so I can put that stuff out there. I'm going to keep the camera off today, folks. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather with it. But yeah, I hope you're all enjoying yourselves with our first LPL series. We will be playing some horse game in the break. Of course we will. You know me. But if you'd like to like, comment, subscribe, and drop any kind of support, that does make an awful lot of difference to myself as well. And I hope that you, yeah, hope you find some bandwidth to do so. Let's go get ourselves into this. We just ran our... Did we run the Hopeful Stakes? Is that what we did? I think we just run the Hopeful Stakes. Okay, let's keep going then. Okay, so we've won our first G1. We're looking for a parent run this time, by the way. So we're going to be running a lot of races, less about stats, more about trying to inherit sparks. We really want to give... we really want to get straightaway sparks, but that's the plate. Of course, oh yeah. How did I not mention this before? Jeje versus Leave. Of course, Leave quite infamously had a, he had a, an alt account where apparently he was flaming Jeje, his jungler, which, you know, I would argue don't do that, folks, on the whole. Well, actually, recreation. Oh, we got Claw Machine? That's alright. Yeah, Jeje and Leave were, yeah, there was some drama between them, so the legend goes. This is like a 5-1, we hope to get this. If it shakes when it gets to the top, it's unlikely to work. Okay, it's okay for now. 4's still good, 3's still good. 1's still good. No, that sucks, whatever, it's fine. Leave was 17 at the time, yeah. And this is why Uzi, I think Uzi's message to him was basically like, just don't talk to women besides your mother and your sister, and it'll really help your career, and just keep your head low. Because let's be honest, like, a lot of players do not know how to interact well with people. Just don't interact with people. You'll be fine, right? Ah, I missed it. Damn. I'm normally pretty good at that. Rip. Hi Nymaera, I've always thought, what happened to the 4 players that became irrelevant after their Worlds wins? Ning, Baolan, Gimnagoon, and LWX. LWX was relevant for a little while longer after that. What do you mean? Oh my god, we just got the fucking meet up before that. This is really nice though. Damn, let's go. Uzi was speaking from experience. Wait, did he have girl issues? Fuck it, we go for it. Give the energy. You have any races? Nope. I should go for this, I think. Although I could have also recreation as well, but this just gives us the friendship training, which is nice. Who hasn't had girl issues? Gay men. Well, that's not even true all the time. Sometimes you've got to go through a learning arc to figure out that stuff yourself, right? We can take the mood up from this as well. Nice, cool. We never fail a 1%, right? Young saying things that are wildly part for true. True. Spring Runner's good. These are actually not bad ones to get. We do want to run in this race that we've just got access to. Spring Runner's good. Corner Adept is good. Do we get both of them? No. Corner Adept's fine then. Actually, no. We get the Spring Runner, actually. What am I talking about? Because this is a spring race, then it's a good one to go. Okay, I'm going to leave it on the race, and I'm going to put some adverts on. And I'm going to take a quick break.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。
Oh, that's not a good start, is it? Sucks. Whatever. It's a really nice one to win if you can get it. I do not know what this is. This is breast one of the right?
把生活玩出新意。
I mean, neither of these are fantastic, but whatever.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
I don't think I've ever had chickpeas before. There are chickpeas everywhere. I guess, oh, this is pretty good actually. This gives us like a lot of stats. Chickpeas are in a lot of like Middle Eastern cooking. A lot of Mediterranean stuff too. I like chickpeas. I mean, is that true? I don't like the texture of chickpeas all the time, actually. That's actually kind of a lie. Oh yeah, I've played a round or two of the Helldivers ODSTs. Tea time. Nice. No, this is LPL music. We shall rest. And then we might run again, actually. Yeah, we'll run again, actually. So we're trying to run as many races as possible because the sparks you can give on are pretty good. I was a little worried that we're falling a bit far behind that. Yeah, I know we might be a bit screwed here actually. As a front runner going in third, I guess it might be okay. We don't have that much power to make it out of situations like this. Might be okay. I think Already beats us, doesn't she? Oh, that sucks. Fuck, and we get late home straight hits. Whatever. Because coming second doesn't matter. You need to come first to actually get the spark. That sucks. So now we've lost energy, which we could be using for this. That's good. 91 on that, hell yeah, let's go. Not that stamina helps like that much, sadly, outside of, you know, long races. We do want to get over 1100 stamina if we can. Get max chance to get a passing stamina spark on. Big power. Shouldn't take this. Should be getting into draft soon. Well, there you go. There you go. Fourth draft of the day. So what's left up in terms of power picks? There's no Pantheon Talia, no Varus Rumble, no Gwen, no Aurora. Most of the junglers are out in terms of the AD skirmishes. Poppy would have been there, but that's banned away. Anna Yunara perma-banned in this series. Galio has gone too, so Galio Rise Talia in terms of global mids, they're gone. Might be going towards where Azir is actually quite powerful here, actually. Nico kind of insta-wins you bot lane, I think, with the champions left in as well. Perhaps not against Karma. I'll go Karma into that if Joy would like to go towards it. He is a Karma player. Go Ezreal Karma here. Ezreal, I think, is quite good in general right now. Kai'Sa Nautilus also not bad either. Yeah, I think you go Kai'Sa, hold your pick first, support a little bit later. Quite interested in what JJ is going to go in jungle though. No Skarner, no Sojuani either. You have Jarvan in terms of AD junglers. Wow, okay. Going towards the Ahri with no Vi. Kerr is a very good Ahri player. Again, we say this every time. He was an Ahri one-trick before he went pro. I think he's one of the best Ahris in the world on his day. I think he can be a top 5 Ahri in the world. Very, very good player of the champion. Maybe think about the Akali into the Ahri, which is fine, actually. Pretty good versus the Kai'Sa too. Now the thing is, one of the things which particularly Kai'Sa can do, but Ahri can do as well, is like, if Akali jumps at you, you can kind of just jump to the other side of the team fight where the assassin isn't. Jarvan, I think, is very powerful right now. Although, honestly, into the Ahri and the Kai'Sa feels less good. It's just an AD skirmisher jungler. It's kind of just the last one. You would prefer almost any other one besides this. JJ might actually not go towards an AD skirmisher with that in mind. Don't think there are that many left. Unless you want to go towards, like, Lee Sin. JJ Lee Sin is really damn good in fairness. Go towards Bard, alright. Bard pretty good versus the Nico in laning phase. Can stun her to a clone if you time it right. Range champion. Has engage. Strong laning phase. Yeah, just farm. The loser of this series is out. This is a play-in towards playoffs. Loser here is out. There is no lower bracket for these teams. Trundle. Of course Trundle's available. Forgot about that. How could I forget? So now you're really wondering about junglers. I think NIP. I mean, what else do they ban now? Banning away the Tristana and the Senna from Leave. Lee Sin, yeah, the last of the 80 skirmishes. I mean, you could, unironically, you might be going towards something like Volibear now. Does JJ want to go towards that? Or does he think there's a better matchup in something like an AP jungler? Go Nidalee, I swear. Wow, that would be different. That would be very, very different. Why would you hover this? Why would you hover this otherwise? Surely not. Kasansei locked in, fine blind pick. Wanting to last pick jungle just to make sure that if they do pick something a little weird, NIP don't counter it with AD carry and top lane. Leave Smolder locked in, scaling advantage. The Nico helps them get through laning phase, but dangerous to play it into the amount of backline threat which FPX has. You will need to play that well. Think about the Aatrox now. Leave on a stacking champ, he's pretty damn good at them. He's pretty damn good at them. Aatrox locked in. Last pick for JJ in jungle. Goes for the Zed jungle. All right, okay. Not going to be something a bit more AD skirmishy in terms of setup. Going towards the assassin. It's technically an AD skirmisher, but you don't bring the engage. You are the damage. Ahri and Zed on the same team. Ionian assassins locked in. I do think... I do think FPX have perhaps the easier champions to play, but... the easier composition to play, but I'm a little bit worried that, you know, I think that the Aatrox has got a good angle to just land 1 or 2 Qs and cause a ton of issues. Smolder will eventually come online. All right, let's get into the game itself. Be right back very, very quickly. There's been a bit of a delay getting into the game itself. I like the Kiana here, but JJ might not play. That's a fair point. I actually think Kiana would have been fine there. Good even. Who has the better draft, Romero? A fine question. I don't know. We're getting to the points of the draft where it's like harder to get strict draft advantages. It's much more about whether you're comfortable on them now. get into the game. Here's Giles.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Things about the map. Going to be trading quite well there, actually. Electrocute for Electrocute, but Carl actually gets melee range of you. Yeah, it kind of hurts. Joy getting the extra Electrocute back in. The both mid laners now have to back. This actually might favor Care, because Care's gone mana flow bound. Yeah, so actually, weirdly enough, first trade actually works out for Care, because he gets a mana flow bound stack with it. You know what? I would have really preferred Kiana over Zed, thinking about it. I think Kiana is just a very impactful champion right now. I don't think NIP have the best ability to invade into the Kiana. You get an extra engage threat. You use Jarvan's ult against him at points too. This is harder for you to poke and do stuff like that, but I think on the whole, Kiana would have been better. Potential for FPX to knock out NIP here. It's not on NIP's home turf in Shenzhen. It was Suzhou, LNG's home turf instead. I love to hit from Dre, interesting. Did he pick up a chime somewhere? Did he actually miss an XP somewhere? Perhaps. Ah, Nio. Looking for something cheeky on this red buff. He skipped his bot side. Oh, he wants to smite it early. No, does he? Get a smite. Get a smite. JJ smote it early to try and get the clear speed. I think Nio can just follow him over. Tries to get the blast going. Will escape with his life, but now Nio will still escape. Will take the red buff itself. Hang on. Oh my god. No, JJ. No, not like this. You can die. You can die very quickly, and the first blood goes to Nio. JJ, a horrid mistake from him in the jungle. Awesome read by Nio, who has been out-jungled by JJ so far. JJ, massive mistake in the early game. Recalling like that next to the base gate. Nio takes an easy kill. The red buff steal, I think, was a Nio good play. I think that the death afterwards, that was a JJ misplay. Double stun there. Oh, what a mistake there from JJ. First kill over towards the Jarvan to get ahead of the game. Damage on to Dre there. Extra damage, but not enough to kill. No ignites in the lane. Nio hitting level 3. Skipping his bot side camp still, by the way. Wanted to get that bot scuttle instead. Hang on. Aggro taking my cap. Ah, yeah, he could go into a cannon minion, so he could do that. FPX's bot lane forced off of their tower. Now, that's a problem. GG. Hang on a second, can you do something in mid lane? Ah, quite hard to, really. Actually, no, I say that. For Charmlands, I think he dies. Zed passive, in range here. E's been used. Ah, that's a problem. Double summoners in. Don't even need to use either of them. Care, GG. Not using either of their flashes. Don't be using his... I don't know why I said double summoners. Double shuriken in is what I meant to say. Blech. Okay, so a kill back. This time going to GG. Plate over towards Care. Time efficient from GG too. That gets him back to even. You always smite early because of Zed passive. Nice read by J4. Yes, true. Yes, you're completely correct. Zed gets 0 cooldown on jungle camps with his passive. Did Nio see him recalling? Yes, he did. Yeah, because he was not all the way through the base gate castle. Not all the ways through it. Ah, that's going to be a Nico and a Jarvan heading bot side. No, Jarvan still has flash. Oh, the root lands onto Jachi, flashes out, and there's a tunnel! Oh, awesome escape! Jway and Jachi both using their flashes, but that should have been a kill, maybe even 2. Great disengage. No, he might just come around again, though. Q onto the wall. There should be a flag drag available. Hang on, if you use the flash drag forwards, could be a bit of a fight coming in from Jer. Double shuriken potential. Doesn't want to leash the Gromp over. Root onto the Z level. Side hit by Jer. Does have flash as well. Flag drag forward. Nio, you've taken aggro. That's a problem. That's actually a huge problem. Passive landing onto Nio now. Ari has level 6. Care coming down. Knows he has a flash charm. Potentially has an angle hit. Goes forwards. Doesn't land the charm. Thought he had an angle. No, he doesn't. Care's gone way too deep. And it'll be an easy kill for Doomby, who might even get a second one here. Huge mistake by Care and crew. Leave will take the kill. Won't die for it either. Huge mistake by Care on the Ari. A champion which he's so comfortable on. Goes way too deep, though. Nio flashes away from the charm, leaves himself in a 1v3. You know, you can see the angle. You hit the charm, you get the kill, but when you get the reset, you get out. But do you have to do that onto a flashless guy? Big problem. Oh, Care. You can't go onto the flash target there. I think, honestly, you should have gone onto Night Care. Get the easy kill onto him. Then maybe use the reset. I think there was a free kill there, just not the one that you thought. We did say Care. Incredible highs, incredible lows. They do happen in the same series sometimes. Was NIP always this bad? This is super sloppy. They are against Group Ascend team for the first time this split, which is, you know, different level of opposition. Sorry, zoning out there for a second. Dissociating live on air. Care is now a little behind the Akali, which is a problem. Doomby has the 2 Dark Seal stacks. Freaking Nico emotes on the clone. Ooh, ooh. Cole being put in for both these 80 characters. Significant CS lead for leave. Of course, Jachi had to leave a wave earlier, and then got killed under the turret. So sadly for Jachi, you don't have the best access to farm. They could look for a route here. Q comes through. Ult coming through from leave. Ult's in, and it's just not enough. So it's not going to be enough. They tank it with the cannon minion of the Nico. They'll be able to jump in with an Akali ultimate too. Doomby flying back into the play. I just don't think it's enough. Doomby will get out with a freebie there, I suppose. And FPX have failed to defend their bot lane so much. So much of this has come through from Nio getting ahead of Jer in the jungle. Jer getting out jungled heavily by Nio in this game. Yes, he's ahead in farm. Yes, he did get a kill back anyway. But he's not been able to go bot lane. Not been able to protect this bot lane at all. The Smolder is 1,000 gold up. 69 stacks in 9 minutes is pretty good for the early game as well before you build up much cooldown reduction. Yeah, I really think NIP are onto something here in this game. Potentially forcing a Silver Scrapes for our first best of 5 of Split 3. Game 5 incoming? Well, that's my worry. That is my worry. For FPX. And for myself, my voice. However, if NIP were to do it, the entertainment certainly wouldn't be lacking, would it? Doomby. Quick Q trade there. Especially when you have the alternator. Very nice to do that kind of trade. Weirdly, Akali can do some quite good poke trades at points. I feel like Zed can't do much after seeing Kanavi get so many kills and also feel worthless in that one game. Did it in multiple games, actually. But the reason why Kanavi struggled in the late game is that his shadow usage was very poor. It's both your offense and your defense. If you're ever using your shadow forwards, it means that there's an option for them to jump onto you. But of course, you feel like you need to get the double shuriken, stuff like that. In straight up 5v5s, Zed can really struggle with that. It's one of the reasons Zed is not a good team fighter. Not really. NIP should try to get Senna in game 5. I think he'll be banned in the first round. I don't think that anyone would leave game 5 Senna. FPX, could they be the first Ascend team to fall to a Group Nirvana team? I don't believe it's ever happened, actually. In these kinds of series. I don't believe it's ever happened. Sheer tried to bot solo kill into the teleporting Care. Couldn't quite do so. JJ going around the other side of the... Right, now, the other side of the tower. DMB hitting this with only the one grub, of course. On the other side, they got the 3. Is it going to be the full tower for the side of FPX? No, they're way too far off. It should be first turret side of NIP then. They'll get themselves feats of strength off of that tower on the bot side. 3 people on top side also means that it's a lot more tanky when you get those plates killed then too. Hang on a second. Flag and drag cancelled by Sheer's W. Charm missing. Not the best angle there by Carey. He's had a bit of a rough game on this Ari, actually. Misplayed that early fight. Might happen again. Still have a little bit of time on the RL to charming out. Nio, though, and Nio is jumped onto. Flag drag back. Cataclysm's not bad either, and the Deathmark doesn't kill him. A good escape there by Nio. Solo kill similarly getting out at FPX. The dive is poor, and the escape is excellent from NIP. NIP, one excellent escape under tower. Care is having an awful game here on the Ari. Again, we did say he was a one-trick of the champion before going pro, but I don't know. He's just not hit the right spots in this game, and he's certainly not hit the right skill shots. He's choosing the right-ish angles where you want to, you know, make sure that they are you're lining up the wall with your skill shots, so they have like less angles to dodge into the wall because it stops their movement. NIP. Significant gold lead, 3k. Joy's going to find out solo kill here. Still behind a little bit of gold, Sheer, of course, but didn't lose out nearly as much because he didn't die. He's going to be able to pick up some farm here now too. Care 1,000 gold down. Doonby getting turret time on that bot side. The early play where he ulted early, tried to flash onto Nio and failed. That's going to haunt him, I think. Doonby has the Protobelt first item now. 4-man dive, didn't get one kill. Just NIP things, baby. Great escape. Dragging that started by NIP. Should be an easy take for them. FPX still trying to get their turret on top side. They have the 3 grubs. They'd love to open up the map, but not easily allowed to do so. In a second, jumping forward, flash forced. Wonder actually, hang on, I actually wonder whether Jachi should have. I wonder whether Jachi should have tanked that and then look for an ult turnaround with his play. At least get aggro onto Nymaera. Instead, blowing that flash, still taking a bit of damage anyway. What? You can do that with the clone? Tanking blue box, sending it under turret. Jachi has the Kraken Slayer. I haven't got the Cull stacked in just yet. Jump over the wall. Oh my god, Doonby, that's some damage! And he just gets nailed by this smaller ult. Care goes down for a second time this game. Jumping forwards onto Doonby now. Jachi trying to get the kill and does manage to do so. The Bard ult is wide. It is a 1-for-1. JJ will get the kill. Deathmark employed for that one. But Doonby, smooth moves. And I'm a little worried here for FPX because while it's a 1-for-1, reminder that Leave is on the stacking champion. He's on 158 stacks in 14 minutes. It's even more in there. All at 161. Leave on stacking champions is an unfair player. So Cam walks over. He's 2 levels down. Doonby hits the E over the wall. Charm does land, but the Q's midway through the animation. Ults in. Passive actually cancelled there. Q misses. Doesn't matter though. The smaller ult chose the right angle to cut off the escape. Flash for the ult from Zed. Jachi coming forwards as well because he had the plasma onto him. Herald started by NIP, likely to be finished, and NIP still holding on to 2,000 plus gold lead, a little bit less than it was. FPX trying to take down this full bot lane turret, and they have the 3 grubs, able to do so quite easily here. Gonna be pushing on top side. See what he builds towards next. I think we sometimes seen the Lich Bane second. Tower killed on top side by NIP. Jet Sheik trying to get a He's 2 levels down himself. Hair's still down a level. Leaves up over a level. Occasionally getting that 2 level break point because someone's at the end of their 1 level and the other one's at the beginning of their next one. Sheer has a decent gold lead on the Cassante. I just don't know whether that's going to be enough. Like, Cassante's not fantastic against Smolder as the game goes on. There are some points where you can dive and kill. But we have seen Leave happily stack up against Cassante and eventually just become this kite machine. You flat backwards. 196 stacks to 17 minutes. Well, folks, we're going to have to see when the 225 comes in. Because Smolder stacking has been changed over time, but I wonder whether Leave can hit himself another kind of record pace kind of game. 225 is what we're looking for, of course. This is out 1 stack on that wave. $200 stacks in 17 minutes. Almost at the 225. Goes back. Is he waiting for an item right now? No, he has the boots, upgraded boots. It means he has extra cooldown reduction right now, actually. Using the Het Skates to get a little bit quicker towards the wave. Nio can hold a little bit of this as well to make sure that it's quicker within stacking distance. There's another one on there. Should get another full set from there. There you go. 206. He's trying to see if he can get another stack actually off of that recoil on the other side of that wall. 18 minutes now. Can you get it before the 19 mark? It'd be insane if you could. 211 just cleared out another full wave. Fire Cannon giving him better target access as well. Did he give him the Grom blast hit? No. Herald going to be charged in towards this bot side. Can leave ping anyone with the turret. The Bardot is going to help a little. He could have actually rode it around in a circle and taken it a little later, actually. Oh, gets another 3 stacks from there. Using the ultimate. That's a full 5 stacks. He's got 225. He's got it before 19 minutes. 18 minutes and 20 seconds. Leave it. 225 stacks. Not even kill care there. They use their heal. Shit. I mean, ridiculous. Leave on stacking champions is perhaps the best player in the world of them. 225 stacks in 18 minutes and 20 seconds. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Anything else after this point is a little decorative. Sheer might try and W someone back into his team. Not able to do so. Care on a flank. Do they use the Jarvan standard to swan him out? No. Charm over the wall's not bad, actually. Out of the brush, rather. Gets the knock up onto him. Nio bot back. Flash away from the Cassante W, which could have led into the ult. Flash forwards. Leave. Flashing away from the Charm. Nightcat low HP. Goes down. Care himself a reset. Solo kill. Not the highest HP right now, but this Smolder is really scary. Doombeat. Does he have his ultimate? Yes, he does. He misses. Charmed in there, and he's going to go down as well. NIP! Stop hinting! Your dragon will carry! Leave! Has to get some damage down now. Good damage. The reset's coming through. Well, rather, the execute's coming in there. Leave has himself no flash because he had to dodge away from a Charm earlier. Another Charm. Just dodged out from. Couldn't quite get the kill. Another Smolder ult coming through. But the whole team of NIP, Nio and Doinby and the cat. Instant bits and pieces. The Charm misses again. Leave gets another kill with the Q. He's got a double. Nightcat. Oh my god, the ult's coming through onto him. Jachi, can he get the kill onto him? No, he can't. Leave with a triple. Leave doing it all himself as his teammates hits around him. I cannot believe that Leave carries that fight. Nightcat, insert first. Doomby and Nio soon after. Leave will go towards the Atacana. It is the little dragon that could leave. Jesus Christ, this guy. But first off, you know, going into a blind brush like this, getting caught out, jumps in. Has to flash away from the Cassante W as well. Then, you know, not a great ult from Nymaera. Kev very nearly catches the Smolder. Credit to him. That's the play you got to make there, isn't it? Then what happens here after this point? Now, Doomby misses his E, gets hit by a charm as he ults forwards, dies very easily. Nio jumps in, gets dunked on. Everyone just going too far for, and just being disconnected from the team. Credit to Leave. Leave is saving this team fight and this team. Quick auto attack reset there. Oh my god, the micro! Dodges a Cassante Q, a Bardol, and a Charm. Turns around for a double kill. Last guy jumps in onto him, and he manages to get himself the barrier, the last auto attack for a triple kill. Leave is so goddamn good. Ahri so damn weak? No, I disagree. I think that Care has been playing it poorly, but I mean, he's 2,000 gold behind. I don't think that, I don't think that actually the champion is in a bad, you know, I don't think the champion's in a bad spot right now. I think that sadly it's a plaything from Ahri. Which is a shame, because Care is typically one of the best players of it out there. Leave has himself an Infinity Edge. The problems do not stop for FPX. Ooh, jumping forwards, gets a Charm onto the jungler. It's not bad there, but there's no follow-up. No one manages to find anything in there. Care ultimate is now down. It's the gameplay you've got to try and do, right? Just no follow-up from FPX. They didn't follow forwards with much there, really. It's a bit of a problem for the FPX team comp, really. Where is your follow-up? He lands onto Sheer. Standard giving some vision. Oh god, the Smolder strafes the team. Broadsides them, I suppose, actually. Off the side of it, rather than the front. Well, broadside is the firing ship. Strafing is going across. Raking it is that. Hang on a second. Derby gets caught by a Charm. Doesn't quite get the kill. Good Charm coming in, and it's going to be a kill back. Jaxi takes down the opposing mid laner. Derby 2 and 4 now. Making a couple of mistakes in the last few fights. Great Charm onto him. Leads to the kill. Couldn't quite kill off Dwayne. Escapes with a sliver of HP. Ahri missed most Charms. If it hit, would be a different game. Yeah, in the early game for sure. At least he's hitting them now. And I don't disagree. I think that Care has had a poor game. But then again, you look at some of the last plays from him. Forced a flash out of Leave. Just got the kill onto Doonby. Even when he's down 2,000 gold, he's actually picking up some decent value here, given the spot that he's in. This is just the problem with Ahri when you shut down behind the game. Why is NIP pushing, though? Because they have a Smolder that can siege very well. Smolder's a very good siege champion, especially with Rapid Fire Cannon. You see how much one single Q happens? Good Flapway. They just can't catch him. Don't even know if that would have led to that much. He has barrier. Ults up. About to catch him. Oh, good defensive play there. Leave gets out again for the engage. They might be able to take down Nymaera, but I'm not even sure about that, actually. Can Leave get himself a flash forward for a Q? Not quite able to get any kills. Jesus, it's so close to all of them. Jeje will go down surely on the other side. Goes back into the play. Smoke, mirrors, and a couple of shadows. Flash forwards. Nio will kill him. No Baron available. Leave can go forwards. He can flash for a kill here, actually. Q onto him will kill. Does he follow? Hang on a second. Does he follow forwards? He can get himself a kill if he can get the last Q, and he will do. Fire Cannon extending the range. The Fireball from Hell follows FPX down all 9 circles. Inhibitor turret down. Inhibitor down. And with those kills coming through in FPX and their failed contests, I wonder whether this is just a quick exit of Game 4. And a quick scrape of silver going in towards Game 5. NIP, you best pay your respects to this AD carry. You have been carried by Leave Airlines. Flap it away from the airport and taking off. Trying to kill the Nexus. Can they kill it on this push? Leave is going to go for another kill. Of course he is. One more Cardi too. Double kill. Perhaps more on the table. Nexus exposed. Low HP bars about the place. The Charm does land, but it's only onto the clone. Kezari, a shadow of its best self here today. A quadra kill for Leave. 12-0 and 3. 374 stacks in 24 minutes. Leave a masterclass on the little dragon that could. You don't see it much better than that from the Smolder, folks. 18 minutes and 20 seconds is what I clocked for the 225. Into game 5 we go. I will get hydrated, folks. I will. Don't you worry about that. Gonna have to run a quick ad break. Play some, Musime in the break. This is actually okay, because we want, this is actually okay. For once, we're not going to take the stamina off of this. Screw it. Why not? I think this will help me win campaign more. Really need to get, straightaway spurt. Really need to get that. So straightaway spurt is very good for the next race, the next champions meet, because it's the only acceleration skill which works on that particular race. God, I'm really not feeling that well, folks. I will power through it. I don't want to miss a game 5, but I'm really not feeling that great. Some real bad stomach pain, actually, weirdly. I don't know, whatever. Okay, right, I'm gonna go put this race on. I'll be back in a minute. Yay, we won. When do you stream Doom mods? Hey, maybe I should do that during the break, do some Doom mods. I hear some of the LEC casters were playing it, but I don't play League with them, so I don't know how they did. I'm trying to think if I've ever played League with any of the LEC casters. Maybe Goldborg once. Back when we were running ERLs. I don't think we've played since. We don't want to do this, but we will do Japan Cup. We really need this because we need straightaway split. Half the reason we're doing this campaign is because straightaway split, which is not what we got. Sucks. We need to hope for this again. Honestly, like every time, I'd love to run this thing, but we need to try and get straightaway split. This is breath of fresh air. This is not bad actually. What? No, it's not. We got the wrong. Oh Jesus. Oh, sucks. Now we're gonna fail this as well, aren't we? Do have an MLB Hishiyama-san? Yeah. If you're using it for parents, use that for yes, use Hishiyama-san for parents and then or grandparents even, for like if you're ace. Yeah. And then you pass it down through sparks. You don't want it on your final one. But you can use it on your like grandparents and parents and hope to get like straightaway split.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，隐藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。奥风 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。 上官方旗舰店搜奥风 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车。
Damn, that actually works.
这样了吗？或者说
Oh my god, with the hot strings. Holy shit, the hot string red, let's go. Nice. Holy shit, let's go. Okay, that's a thing, I guess. Right, well, I guess nice, cool. Well, that's something out of this run at least. What's the current score? It is 2-2, Harold. It is 2-2. You don't give us as much useful stuff. We are going to game 5. We are doing the B-whoop. We take this for... We need to get over 1,100 stamina, really. Did I run adverts? I did. Cool. We take the dog ones. Easy. Anything else we want on here? Nope. Don't worry, there will be silver scrapes when we get into it. Can't remember this one. Oh yeah, this is what I knew. This is energy minus 15 either way, but it's guts and wisdom or stamina and guts. Let's go stamina and guts. I actually didn't realize it's energy down either way. Let's run Oscar High. Yeah. I'm actually gonna get anchors away. Fuck it. Why not? Hey, Benson. How's it going? Oh, Gold Ship's ult is insanely good on longer tracks because it does keep lasting until the end of the race, basically. I think in the upcoming Champions meet, it lasts for something like 30 seconds, which is kind of insane. Well, there's your silver scrapes. Game 5 for our first best of 5 of the split. They do that outside of LCS, LEC too? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do it in LCK, they do it in LPL, they do it in LJL, they did anyway, they do it in PCS. Wait, have you never seen a game 5 anywhere else, like, than those regions? They literally do it everywhere. Do it in NLC. Oh, we're not winning this. Wait, are we? I don't think we're winning this, are we? That sucks. Fuck, coming third. Wait, have you actually never seen a best of 5 outside of... Wait, have you not seen a best of 5 go to game 5 outside of LCS, LEC? Because that's, like, the only way you wouldn't know that, I think, right? It's just by, like, actually not seeing them. I don't think I've heard silver scrapes outside of LCS, LEC. Well, that's what I'm saying. Have you ever watched a best of 5 outside of EU or NA? Because they all do. They all do. Is this Tano shit sprint? Green's draft yet? Oh, yeah. Go the fly's okay, actually. Don't want it for now, it'll be fine. There was a point where LPL used a different song for Game 5. There was one point back in like Season 5 where they used Dodo Sin, Dodo Sin, Dodo Sin, Dodo Sin, Mo Pyro. There was that one for like Season 5, Season 6 or whatever it was. So remember Raz and Papa, we need to get through this really quick so let's put this on 4 times. But they've used silver scrapes for like, literally like for forever. Okay, I actually have to... Oh my god, hang on. Where are you? I gotta get this thing off the screen. Sorry. Into game 5. Into game 5. FPX NIP. Not sure everyone would have thought it would go to this. I certainly didn't. And yet, here we are. Thelios and Senna banned. Nymaera as well. AD carries getting hit hard. Junglers, of course, being very much stripped out of the pool. The Pantheon's gone. What do you do if you don't have the AD skirmishers? What do you do? Questions abound. Questions abound. Questions abound. What do you do in terms of AD skirmishers? Or at all, do you have to flex over towards Maokai? Do you have to flex over towards an AP jungler, perhaps? 3 AD carry bans in the first round from FPX, 1 from NIP. Trundle and Pantheon both gone. The only AD skirmishes I can think of now are, what, Lee Sin, Volibear? Oh, Poppy is available as well. I actually wonder if Poppy's a first pick. I think Poppy is a good first ban here, potentially. Oh, Annie was also permabanned the whole series. We get the Care Bear for Game 5. Perhaps it'll be a little sweeter. And giving a few more hugs than airballs in this time compared to what we've seen from Care in the past, as Annie has not always been the best. Kiana, also a choice of jungle too, potentially. Sylas, not bad here for the mid lane matchup. It does fine. Go Door and Shield, and you tend to survive through it, lose the push, and then have playmaking opportunities later. Now, funnily enough, NIP, and they played with Shanji in the top side. He was the guy that played stuff like the Singed. Also played the Rumble as well. What are your priorities now? I think Xayah gains a lot of priority. You're against a Sylas Leona. You can go towards the... You could go Xayah Rakan right now. That would be powerful for FPX. You'd lose a lot of junglers in that case. But I think that would be okay. Surprised they'd early lock the Leona. Surprised at that. Rakan was picked game 1. Okay, so not the Rakan, but I think the Xayah is fine. Still go Xayah. You can go... Poppy as well. Jungle or support. It's fine into the Leona. Do they need a jungler right now? Does that lead to them getting even more AD carries banned out of the pool? We're going to get down to some different bot lanes, of course. Jinx is available, worth noting. Jax locked in. Alright. Not as sure about that. Solar Kill's a big player of it, as is Sheer. Jax quite good versus Leona, because Leona can't Q him. Puts up the counter-strike, can't shield at daybreak. Gives you some limited engage from him as well. Annie, Jax, both pretty good at that. Yeah, Jinx is okay here. I mean, there isn't that much backline access unless you're flashing in as Jax or Annie. You can kind of struggle there. Likely to go cleanse. Leona will be trying to peel for the Jinx. Alright, Ezreal banned away. You had to leave something through into the second round of bans. I'm not surprised that top lane was picked early, actually, for FPX. Very dramatic. Music to lead us into the last part of this draft. Gragas banned away. I guess it is one of the typical answers into the Jax. There's no Renekton that was played earlier in the series. Can't play Aatrox either, which is sometimes okay into it. No Gwen. Although I have to say the Jax is often picked into the Gwen, in fairness. Ziggs banned away from Jachi, alright. What does Jachi go? What does he go? No Sivir. No Zeri, even. Most of the lane dominant AD carries are out now. You don't want to pick something too immobile. I think Xayah is probably the biggest one up off the up on the roster right now, I think. Does quite well versus Sylas and Leona. They fail their ban. Now that's some body language to read into. Is that just a missed ban? Do they just not choose what to ban? That could be huge. No ban, with the draft's fallen through. So we're back into waiting. Draft fell through, can only understand now. Can only imagine now that, yeah, it's going to be a remade draft, going back from that position. Loser of this next game stays home for the rest of the year, folks. Durnby against the team he won Worlds on, FPX. JJ versus Leave. Controversy they shared on EDG. Well, I say shared. Many and Leave's corner that one. Is it single elimination? This is the play-in to playoffs. So yes, there is no lower bracket for this game. For these next 4 days, there is no lower bracket. After that, there will be. We have FPX NIP. Tomorrow we have WE EDG, Weibo Ultra Prime, then JDG LGD. We'll move on to the first round after that point on Sunday next week. Well, we'll start with Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. Both of their games will be played on the Sunday. IG and BLG will play both of their series on the Monday. The way that the matchups will be determined will be Top Esports chooses their pick of the litter between the 4 qualified teams. Then, as second seed, Invictus Gaming will choose the second team. BLG the third. And then Anyone's Legend, the last one, is 4th seed into the top 4. Into the draft we go again. This should go through fairly quickly up until that last ban from FPX. They probably had some extra time to think about what they want to do now, just the way of things and draft bugs, but if it's beyond their control, it's beyond their control. Let's get back into it. Silver has been scraped. Not been left alone in the open air yet, just enough to tarnish. Still fresh. Shining. Has a story yet to tell. Trist wasn't banned before, it was. Yes, it was. 380 carry bans from FPX. These are exactly the same bans. Now, what's that last ban from FPX going to be? This is exactly the same up until this point. One more ban comes in from NIP. I believe it's the Ziggs. The Ziggs was banned here. What is the ban from FPX? This is what was missed last time. What will they ban now? Had time to discuss it. The Olaf ban. Alright, very different. Very, very different indeed. Did not expect that at all. Perhaps thinking that Nio has taken something from the school of Monkey. One potentially coming in from Solo Kill, and I don't mind it. It's fine into the Jax. Solo Kill plays some Udyr as well. You have enough engage, I think, between the Leona and the Sylas follow-up with whatever. They choose the Udyr instead with that in mind. Udyr's early push is very strong. What is the jungle going to be for Nio? Lots of questions about that. Xayah very likely locked in here. Good self-peel. Can avoid stuff like the Silas as he goes into melee. Okay, laning versus Jinx scales well, kills tanks, kills everything really eventually. Can be Udyr jungle. That's true. It could also be the Udyr jungle. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, technically, it could be the Silas jungle too if you think about it. Don't you want to play that into Poppy? Udyr is good into Poppy. That's worth noting. No dashes in his kit. Last pick for FPX. Poppy assumes to be going jungle. Could go support, and something else is picked into the jungle if he wants to deny one last pick. Poppy good into the Leona as a support angle. They're thinking. They're thinking. It's the Taric! Oh, well, that's very different, isn't it? Taric gets locked in. You have just given a Taric ult for Silas to steal. Are you sure you want to do that? You have just given Durnby a chance to make his whole team invulnerable. I can't help but feel like that's a mistake. I can't help but feel that's a mistake. Taric is fine into the Leona. It's good in terms of anti-melee. It'll be useful for helping you disengage, but I just wonder whether you've just given one of the best ultimates in the game to Durnby to steal. Last pick of Nio's Nidalee. I suppose with such a heavy engage comp from Leona and from Silas, you can use that ult to, you know, that Taric ultimate for FPX to survive the initial play and stop the resets from Jinx if you use it well. Dway has played games of this before, but I do wonder whether Durnby will use it just as well. Questions upon questions. Into our last game of the day. First best of 5 of the splits. And it goes to 5 games. Welcome to the LPL. Welcome to playoffs. Welcome to the most entertaining region in the world, I'd say. Are gems truly outrageous? So I've heard. So I've heard. Dway does play the Taric from time to time. Played it once this split already, actually. Early in. Played it against Weibo, actually. He won on it. 0-1 and 16. Not the first time he's played it. Let's get ourselves into the thick of things. Well, it's coming alive for game 5, as they should. As they should. Any crazy rune choices? Not that I can see right now. Conquer on Durnby. Sometimes he electrocute on Silas, or Guardian. Sometimes some fleet footwork about the place. Leave. Standard for him. Invade coming through. Spear used to clear one brush. And another. Doesn't give you full vision. Ward put down and simply cleared, actually. Neither of the spears landing so far. None of them, rather. There's 3 of them. Neither would mean 2. 3 thrown, 3 missed. Ooh, stun landing onto him, and it's going to be the Taric afterwards. The level 1 goes in the way of FPX, and they stun up the Nidalee, who misses all their spears, and goes down for first blood in game 5. Phase Rush on Annie, I don't see that often, to be honest. It's her most common rune, I would say. Yeah, taking it pretty well here. What a level 1. Jaji starting with the W, interestingly. Yeah, interestingly enough, Phase Rush is Annie's most taken rune. Almost 70% of the time, actually. Helps you get away from the... Because you often don't explode people, so you need to stun people and then run away in the duration of your stun. Wave control taken by Anapia at level 1. Okay, alright. Who do I think will win? Well, it's a game 5. There's a Jinx on one team. Look, Jinx in game 5 is so strong. Silas with this Tarek ult to help keep them alive as well. Stun leading on to. Look, Tarek is really strong in these melee matchups, actually. Now going in for an invade, lands the mark and kills him. Died at level 1, invades on the other side. Nio solo killing Jeje in the jungle. The 6th jungle switch of the year for FPX. Had looked to be a good one. Has it been enough, though? Their year ends here if they lose this game. And the 2v2 leaving their cat, get themselves an advantage too. Nio gets himself a Gromp still as well as a solo kill. It is a painful experience to play against an Italy in the early game. Jax, hang on a second, eating the whole of the Wingborn Storm. That one hurts. That one hurts a lot. Also worth noting that Jinx can help buff up the Jinx. Italy can help buff up the Jinx later. Went for that red buff, walked across the other side of the rift. Of course, died at level 1. The one of them said just waits for him to go towards this Gromp. Waits until the shield comes off. Waits until the next cooldown is used. It's a long-range spear. Wow, Jeje didn't have the flash from level 1, did he? Used it to kill him. Flash for the wall stun. Jachi's now found himself back to base, has a cull and a longsword. Happy first back for him. He was a recipient of the first blood. Down a bit of CS, but, you know, not unhappy now. Okay, mid lane. Level 2 has flash. Fairly threatening with that in mind. Even in gold now. No lack of entertainment in our first few minutes. Ray walking up towards Nightcat. On the whole, I do think that Tarek, the Targonian support bot lane, of course. Targonian tumble. Or tussle, rather, I guess. Tarek does well against melee supports. Often, Leona will jump in, get hit by the stun, and then the bravado goes wild after that point. The auto-attacks and the continued healing from Tarek auto-attacking you. Getting that Starlight's touch off cooldown. His Bastion as well, the shield. Pretty good at shrugging off the initial engage. How's Spellbook, as we expect? I think Tarek having the Spellbook gives him a ton of different abilities to play out things. Cleanse is important for him. He can cleanse and ult. Barrier to survive through to his ult too can be important. EDG, flashed up by Leave, of course, was on that team on his debut. It was not a happy experience for him. Was subbed out halfway through the year for Uzi, who made a return to the team. Funnily enough, I cast Uzi's last ever game in 2023 regional finals. Lost against Weibo as they won that last game. Nashai's Gwen went kind of crazy. Nike has thrown a lot of E's to the side. I wonder whether he's just doing that for the hell of it at this point. Don't really get all these E's to the side from Nike. Ooh, he lands this one though. Stun's going to go in towards him. That's going to be some good damage onto him. One's blown, flashing forwards for an extra stun. Can they get anything more with it? The flash from Jeje is superb! Leave will finally get himself the kill on Willy. The healing from Tarek, the vision, the survive! Jeje lives! NIP died twice in the 2v2. An astounding flash from Jeje. The heal from Tway. The continued auto-attacks with the bravado and the Starlight's touch. See him through to safety. Tarek went mental in value there. I cannot believe he walks out of that. We'll watch the replay of that. We'll have a look again, or of course we'll have a look again. I think Nightcap before was trying to bait out cooldowns. This is the problem. When you jump in, you get straight into that stun from the Tarek. Flash forward for the extra stun hit. But then just look at the healing which he does. The flashback for the kill. Just keeps auto-attacking. Every time he casts a spell, he gets increased attack speed for the next 2 autos, and those can help him get those things back. Flash away from the stun now, jumping onto Cat, who turns around with decent damage. Nedley has ended up dying instead. No jungler, 2 kills, or rather a kill, and a dragon going forwards. Nightcap, not really sure what he's doing around the side of here, trying to walk around to the other side, use the last of his HP. Wingborn Storm doing value. Nightcat can bring out some extra value towards the end of this too. If there's a kill, there's a reset. The Zenith Blade lands. Nightcat trading the last of his HP bar to try and get a reset, and they can't manage it again. Leaves empty-handed. FPX sweep through the fight, 8-1 in kills. 4 for 0 in the fight. 5 for 0 if you include Nio in that. A clean ace. I believe all things said and done. Hair didn't even die. NIP, they fought so hard. Brought it to a game 5 and have been demolished in the early game. So what happens here at the start of this? Flash away from the stun. Tried to turn things down onto Care. He turns around with a double Tibbers. Leave is not level 6 yet, of course. It's a little early for that. And then solo kill. Honestly, gets a great combo in here. Runs in with a Wingborn Storm and everything rolling there. Tries his goddamn best for it, you know. Flash from JJ for the wall stun. Feather pullback's insane. And that feather pullback probably saves the fight, actually. Oh, Leave. He auto-attacks the wrong target. Leave auto-attacks the wrong target at the end. Could have at least killed Jachi, you have to feel. That gets died again as we come back to live. It's not looking any better for NIP right now. Solo kill trying to get that AoE down. Sheer has the extra stun coming through potentially. Doesn't get on so much people there. No, jumping forwards, they get one back. There are resets now. A second one over to the side of NIP. Can they get anything more? They can. A third. Looking a lot better for them now. Started with Nymaera dying. Got a triple over towards Nio to match the one he had earlier. Means that he has 4 kills now on the board, and NIP do, apologies to them, look a lot better than we thought at the start of that fight. How do they even turn? That's a great question. Well, turns out Udyr in extended fights actually does a ton of damage early. Udyr's one of the highest damage tanks in the game early on. Derby got the pop-up. Spear misses at first. Do you have the Tarek ultimate? Doesn't really do that much though, really. It misses the wall stun there. Derby gets to survive round to an extra W. Solo kill. Stop Sheer from coming through, and of course, Zaya's not here. I suppose what turns out at the end of the day is Leave being here and Jachi not being there. Conqueror keeps stacking from Nio. Udyr gets insane value. Quick reset from Jinx, gets the extra damage down. Triple kill to Nidalee. Has a Lichbane first now. Very happy with their ability to jump on the first target. One grub to FPX, 2 to NIP. 2,000 gold lead to FPX, a lot of that. Almost all of it. Onto the AD carry on the other side. Of course, you've got the Nidalee, who is the gold lead for NIP. No surprises there. Been impressed by this Udyr value earlier, you know. Tibbers for Tibbers on the bot side. Have you seen Silas's bear Tibbers? I know, crazy, right? And a reminder, folks. Loser of this game goes home. Next one goes into the full double elimination bracket of the playoffs. This is to qualify towards it. Sheer pops the ultimate first, gets the resists. Doesn't pop the counter-strike. NIP don't actually take aggro, though. On the other side, Doombeat, no flash, no ult. Stun coming in from Cap. Jip. Ooh, doesn't hit the wall stun, but the chains don't line from Doombeat either. There is an ult from Jip. There's potentially a worry there. Fed carries against each other. Lichbane versus Essence Reaver. Tower shots taken and a flash away from the Nidalee. Does not like the idea of a 2 versus 1. Jachi gets a bit of a heal there from Wei. Doombeat looking forwards again. Does he look to steal an ultimate? No, it's off cooldown. Jeja hits an ultimate himself there, actually. Flashing forwards against the wall stun. The CC chain in from the dazzle as well. And it's a dead Nidalee. Fed carry is down, and Jeja escapes with under half 100 HP and will escape the AoE of the ultimate as well from Leave. Jeja, smooth criminal. Gets himself a drive-by in the mid lane. Top turret traded first by NIP. They'll take that one first. Care will take the bottom tower in return. You have to feel anyway. No well, I guess Solikill could go towards that teleport down there if he wanted to. I don't think it would make that much of a difference. I think Annie would probably still take it either way. Nio taken out under the mid lane turret. Turret will fall. Local gold actually denied. No one getting the local gold of that turret, which is a lot of what you get from turrets nowadays. I would kind of like turrets to be more global gold again, rather than individual gold. Means that you can kind of do minion pushes instead. Ooh, trade. Wow, big trade onto Derby. Doesn't have Merc Shreds yet. Look for a W, gets a little bit of healing. Fight in the mid lane again. CC chain again. Root into Dazzle, into Dead Nidalee once again. Those adverts about cougars in your area, well, I think they're gonna have to be taken down now. They'll have to look for a bar somewhere else. Nymaera's died 4 times in this one. 44 in the scoreline. Fitting for a cougar, I guess. Dragon gonna get started by FPX. He'll be their second of the game. Chip getting stunned on solo kill. Solo kill, credit to him, has actually done a decent amount of value on the Udyr, well on his way to completing the Fimbulwinter. Everyone ignore the cougar comment. Look, just ignore the cougar comment. Your life will go on. Oh god, 44 is just a number, folks. Don't worry. So what happens here? I mean, the spear lands onto... I mean, they think they have the pick on the Xayah. It's the other way around. The root lands. It's kind of insane. Leave, just about to pop that Cull. That's that first item. However, on the other side, Judge, he's almost at his second, going towards the Infinity Edge second as well. That is a ton of burst damage. I told you Taric with 2 melees versus 3 melees would go hard despite the Silas. Yeah, I think that Taric obviously has huge value, but I think in such a heavy melee game, Taric on both sides makes a ton of difference. Obviously, Doomby can use the Taric ult less well because he can't get the second AoE around it. Only Taric can do that with his Bastion. Nightcap blowing the Ghost. Tower falls. FPX 3,000 gold ahead. 2 dragons ahead as well. Down in the grubs. NIP have the 1 turret to their name. So they have a little bit of territory, but not as much as they would like. Derby has the Rod of Ages build. Needs to be a little bit tankier. Actually, any extra gold he can get is really important right now. He is very close to that Infinity Edge, as we were saying. The Herald's started. Watch out for that spear poke. Watch out for those wrist rockets. As they hold us on Battlefront all those days ago. Stun lands onto him. Solar Flare on the other side. It's only the basic stun, though, from Annie. It's not like he's dropped the Tibbers for it. Poppy Ultimate stolen. It's going to head away a 2-man unit. The Herald's slow. They'll be able to take it. Can they find anything afterwards? The Jinx ult's not bad, but the stun onto Doomby is threatening. It's more than that. It's a kill. They'll take the Herald, and they'll leave. I'm sneezing off the camera, that. Well, I'm off camera anyway. Everything's off camera. Jump onto Taric. They have the Poppy W to help them survive there. A little bit of damage coming through, but it doesn't feel like it's that valuable. Who else is roaming to the play? Care is JJ gets the Taric ultimate, but he dies before it comes down. It doesn't arm in time. NIP get themselves the reset. Leave. The Jinx starting to go wild. How can they get enough damage onto it? Leave. How much can you do? Leave. Trying to get that extra reset. So many shields. Gets an extra reset. Trying to kill down the Annie now at the end of it. How much damage has he got to go behind this? The ultimate from the Xayah. Xayah flashes back. Kills the extra 80 carry. He's the only DPS that, but you have to feel like he'll go down afterwards. There's a Lich Bane. There's a Doomby. Silas chasing him down as well. The route is good, but Jadchi, try as you might, you don't make it out of this alive. 4 dead for FPX. NIP, take a good fight. Hard to cast like that between sneezes, let me tell you. Infinity Edge now in for Jadchi. I'm not sure he had it before that fight, actually. So much blood, folks. FPX have a kill a minute in this game. NIP having an extra 8 mean that it's about a kill and a half per minute right now, folks. In Game 5, elimination match in the Knights Rival stage of LPL Playoffs. Split 3 2025. Well, the Poppy W looked pretty good. At the end of the day, you have just popped both of your melees in front of a Jinx who's stacking up lethal tempo onto you. Not the best decision I've ever heard, not gonna lie. Jax jumps into the backline but didn't have an immediate stun available for it. Jinx flashes over the wall, still has the lethal tempo running, gets to refresh it onto Jax here so doesn't lose any uptime on it. It's a flash forwards, but not enough HP. Sheer struggling to get value onto the backline dives in this series, honestly. He gets the reset. Oof. Maybe we'll get one kill there. Takes a flash from Jachi to come back in. Get that kill. Oh, jumping towards the Jachi again. Remember, he's that Infinity Edge now very, very strong. The Herald used in mid lane, jumping forward to kill onto JJ likely, and so it is. NIP trying to get themselves that kill a minute themselves, potentially. Herald into mid lane, a kill. A mid lane turret. Not bad from them. The gold's getting closer now. And Jachi was not able to fight effectively there, it would seem. Gets a little bit of healing to get himself topped up now. Dragon coming up now. Would be third dragon for FPX. FPX could leave this, push up lanes instead. If they do, there's a chance that NIP do collapse onto them. Dragon going the way of NIP. I suppose that is, but Telp coming in from the Jax. They'll see this. It is on the wave. They're going into the river. Solo kill. Doesn't have flash. Dwayne. Caught out Taracle. Is it enough? That's a really good stun! That is a really good stun, and now potentially Care can walk things around. Desirable coming through. How much damage is the feather pullback going to do? Not that much, because Taracle has been used by the other team. Nio's alive, Leave is alive, and Sheer's going to hit the ground. FPX can't take the dragon. They'll leave it in their deaths. NIP turn the fight, and despite a great stun, NIP take another huge fight. FPX, after such a dominant early lead, have not been able to capitalize. The teleport was on full vision here. Care gets a huge stun alongside Dway here. But it just doesn't look like Leave can get enough done. His positioning is very suspect here. The Terracotta on the other side gets him just enough time to walk through the feathers and walk away. Sheer has to overcommit, not really getting value in that fight on the Jax. Much like the last one, Sheer has had a bit of the second album syndrome, a bit of a sophomore slump. Not everyone can make Meteora after Hybrid Theory. First album was good. Last year on JDG 2024, I think his debut year was exceptional for a rookie. This year, much less so. Not lived up to that promise which he gave us last year, really, in terms of his gameplay. Not really actually physically promised anything, you know what I mean. Leave. Not that far behind now. Obviously had a cull, which helped things a little bit for him. 2 items, Yuntal Infinity Edge. If Leave gets to free fire, things go crazy. And FPX, I don't think they have the best options to close down the Jinx. Has to be good flanks. Flashes used appropriately. Sheer has flash right now. I think if it's a full front to back, I think NIP might win it at this point, you know? Steal the Terracle if you need to. Solo kill puts the Wingborn Storm down. Ooh, a spear on top of him. Jesus, that's a lot of damage. Can't forget this Nidalee being an absolute nuclear warhead thrown at you with those spears from long range with 6 kills behind them. Atakan started, some healing from the turret helps. Xayah walking their way to the play. Herald the Atakan, half HP. NIP looking to stack up and hopefully get a fight with the Poppy ult. It doesn't come through. Is there going to be a steal? No! Secured by the Nidalee. Poppy ult comes through. Means that maybe the fight comes through for FPX instead. But Leave is untouched. There's resets and the Jinx starts to rip through the team. A good feather pullback might save the team of FPX, but I don't think that they're happy with this fight all the same. The Atakan gone. Did manage to get the kill onto Leona. Flash forward for a stun. Jachi, not enough HP. The feather pullback is okay, but it's not meaning they can pull back enough damage. Another kill to the side of NIP. Flash forward. Nio taking another. One last auto attack. One last spear. It'll do it. One will do. 2 will do just even better. Triple kill to Nio as they finish off the fight. Minions into the bot side. And there you have it, 19 to 18, NIP almost evening up the kill score. 22 minutes and almost 40 kills. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and people of all descriptions to the LPL. We are almost at 2 kills a minute. Once in a blue moon, here in the LPL, we decide to truly take the shackles off. Fight bare knuckle. I was speaking absolute gibberish in that last fight, I tell you what, folks. Sometimes that's all we're left to. Poppy ultimate saw the Udyr out of the play, but he leaves a Storm behind him. Sheer jumps into the backline, but he's alone. Gives Leaves a reset. That's a mistake, isn't it? Talked about the backline access being a huge issue for FPX, and indeed it has been. It's good against the frontline to frontline spear, landing onto Jachi. Insane damage onto him. Flash forward from solo kill. Again, real credit to him in this Udyr play. I think he's actually been quietly very, very impactful in the front line. Wouldn't surprise me to see solo kill having some horrendous damage numbers at the end of the game. Nio, a player who, oh my god, the skill shots everywhere. The Atakan slow leading into the final kill. But Nio, a player who was on Rare Atom, achieved very little of importance there. Struggled to make an impact on the LDL. Came through onto NIP. Nymaera brought back up, reuniting a duo that played together in the LDL. And you know what? They've not been half bad. Most of this series they've been struggling, but when they were playing together in Nirvana, in some of their better games like this one just now, you can see the value they brought to the team. Oh. I gotta keep myself hydrated, folks. Voice is precious thing, it is. Dragon in 30 seconds. FPX would love to fight around an objective and get some actual value out of that Taric ultimate. The Taric ultimate's not been the game changer, has it? Not for FPX. Jinx taking down the bot lane inner turret. More gold, why not? Why not, why not, why not? Hell, he can recall. He can get himself towards his next item. Hang on a second, NIP say, well, we don't really need to go to the dragon at all. Inhibitor turret, free to take. Leave can take that, gets the resets. Huge push in bot side. Now, they might have given up some dragon setup for this. Jeje is behind enemy lines, I say that. Spotted now, good awareness there from Nio. That could have been some smoke, mirrors, and success. Jeje, what flashes do FPX have to use? Really cares the big one. There's no cleanse on leave this time. Care, just get onto it. This is the play. They kill the Jinx. Cares, flash, the care bear, give it. And it might just take it away the victory from NIP. They do score one back. Spear only landing onto the Tibbers. The AD carry is down, but the jungler is dead on the other side. No smite from FPX. A crowning glory was meant to be this fight, perhaps. That has been cut short, though. No smite, but they're going towards it anyway. They need to look towards the fight. They have the AD carry. There's none on the other side. How much work can Jachi do on the Zaya? There's a stun, there's a root, there's a dead Udyr. And they'll be able to go towards the dragon. Back and forth and back again. Climbing ever closer and closer towards the 2 kill a minute mark. How have they done it? The flash from Care. The Care bet drops on the head of Jinx. I'm not sure she liked that children's gift that much at all. Well, if there's any way to ruin your voice, it's a game 5 with elimination on the line. And a 2 kill a minute game thrown back and forth and back again. Double stun onto both carries. The Taric ult was taken. It has to be armed. Jeje dies. They lose the smite. Doesn't matter. Jinx is dead. Jinx is dead. No damage after that point. Has 3 items now. Can they manage that again? Step 1. Find the Jinx without summoners. Kill them. Step 2. Somehow do it again. Udyr is legit not a tank. Not a champ. I think the early value from the Udyr can't be understated. Can't be overstated, rather. It was very, very strong there. Does have the Fimbulwinter. Is very good at pushing waves. The Jax can't really do much in a side lane against him right now. At the end of the day, we're still going to have a better time than a lot of the front line of FPX, not going to lie. 3 items for both AD carries. The Mortal Reminder in for both of them. The Yuntal and the Essence Reaver on the other side. So no Yuntal for Zaya for the extra attack speed, but does get the extra mana sustain. 26 minutes, 40 kills. Baron started, and another chance to find ourselves blood in the water. Skulls for the skull and throwing blood for the blood god, and perhaps the Baron on top of it too. Doomby trying to buy time. Can they get towards it? No, they can't. No secure coming in from FPX taking. That's a good start onto the backline. But where is Leave during all of this? Gets out of the initial engage. Now he can start running it back towards them. Yuntal coming through. The feathers put down. Perhaps the disengage. The redemption pretty good here. Solo kill. Trying to put a slow onto the backline. That's going to help Leave start to put so much damage down. The rockets fly. No kills just yet. But perhaps one after this point. Baron kill to NIP. Leave running forwards. Can he get himself a flash forwards? A slow would get another kill in there for him. No, just the 1 kill. 41st in this game. NIP, a quick Baron call, and they have the damage to do this as opposed to game 1 of this series just before it. Remind you, NIP blown off the face of the Rift in game 1. not to be in this second one. FPX now have to defend their inhibitor. They don't have their Tarek. Leave is going to keep getting resets off of the structures. Doesn't stack up in the way that champion kills do, but it is still powerful enough. Leave walking forward, taking a tower shot. What is the backline access? There is a flash from the Jax. Hang on, there's a lot of damage onto Jaxi. Can they fight without that? It's going to be some damage down to Go and Derby. Goes golden. Reset from Leave. Leave wants to leave it all behind. Right here, right now. Triple kill to the Jax. And an Nexus killed. And IP win game 5. And we'll move forwards. Group Nevada rises, taking down the first team from Group Ascend. There will be no rising from the ashes from FPX. NIP, Derby, live to fight another day, and we'll move forwards into playoffs. In a game with almost 2 kills a minute, NIP leave their mark. Leaves his mark. My voice is a little bit fried, folks. But goddamn is it worth it. This region is so special to me, and I hope it is special to you. First game of, I suppose, LPL playoffs, the play-ins towards it. Delivered, and then some. If you enjoyed watching this stream, please drop a like, comment, subscribe. It helps us beat the algorithm. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore, and it's hard to make a mark ourselves with that. We want to deliver these stories, these teams, these players to you on your screen. My name's Nymaera. I've been a professional caster for a number of years now. I've cast about 1,500 LPL games, I would imagine. And I hope this has been a fun and entertaining and valuable experience to yourself. Leave hugged JJ, he made up. Well, it's easy to say that for Leave, isn't he? He's the winner of that series. FPX, their year ends here. NIP will move forwards. Derby moves forwards. Player who came out of retirement for this year of Fearless. 5-game banger. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're on Twitch, we'll find a way to radio over to someone. I need to rest. I've got a podcast later as well. No rest for the wicked, eh? No rest for the wicked. If you can, folks, please spare a thought for us on the other side of the microphone here. We're not paid to do this, folks. The only way we get to do this is through your support. And if you can, please drop something in the Ko-fi or League Mastery as well. Makes a lot of difference to us. If you're on YouTube, show will end here. Thank you so much for joining us.